Hello everyone, I'm Faded Oasis. Thank you for tuning into my stream here on twitch.tv/Faded Oasis or watching the VOD on youtube.com/@Faded Oasis. It's Blueprints. It's Saturday afternoon, so I have an additional light source. All the way back there is the sun coming through my window. So I'm a little bit better lit than normal, but also the backdrop is way more lit than normal. And I'm not I designed the set so that like I would be lit and the backdrop would have its own separate lighting and I'd kind of like pop out from it. I don't know. I'm not a lighting professional. I'm just broadly and poorly copying what I've seen other people do. Hi everyone. Hi Bug. Uh yeah, so today's Blueprints Day. Which is early on a Saturday because the last two Blueprint streams accidentally went to like 4.5 hours each. And I was very tired after both of them and had to work. No, wait. I had to work after one of them, but the other one, I still had to be up relatively early. So, yeah. I've decided my 4 hour Blueprint streams are going to be on Saturday instead. Hey Molly, how are you? Um, Today in Blueprints. What did we do last time? We solved a puzzle. We opened one of the doors. I don't need to keep saying this because by now everyone should get it. But hey, if you've clicked on this YouTube video because it was recommended for you, hi, thank you. I appreciate it. There's going to be lots of spoilers for Blueprints because I am post game. I am solving the giant puzzles that are after you get the credits. Um, Sage says hi and bye because he doesn't want spoilers. Hi, Sage. Love you. Uh, so yeah, I opened a big door. One of the 8 big doors. And it had a big puzzle in it, and I solved the puzzle, and that was fun. And I think all I really got was a postcard from when my great uncle was traveling and traveling to each of the regions on the planet, the countries, I assume, nations. I forget what he called them. Um, and I got a puzzle box with an allowance token in it. But other than that, it was kind of nothing. But like, it's a good goal to try and open all 8 of those doors because I do think that that's possible. I just don't know how. I have a feeling that a lot of the information I'm gonna need to find for the other 7 doors is not going to be as straightforward as the Arindia door. Um, but well, we'll see. Maybe I'm just missing info from rooms. Before I hit continue, I should switch to the game. That's the wrong scene. There we go. Thank you, Pug. I spent a lot of time on it. I need to. You know what I need to do? I need to get around to, now that this is going to be where my set is. I need to hang up the absolutely beautiful art of Princess Peach here, which is thousands of tiny little sparkly plastic gems. Um, but like, it looks absolutely amazing in the light, and I need to make it look better on camera because I need to. Well, I want to hang it up on the wall, and then like either get. They have like lighting for art galleries that just go above the painting and shine down on it. Maybe one of those, but I need to get the angle right so that it'll look good on camera. Can we see it up close? Absolutely. So it is heavy. gonna try and make it. Where's the light source? There's the light source, but I can't get it to sparkle the same way. Now you're just seeing the reflection of blueprints in the monitor. Here. I can't get it to sparkle. It looks so good here. Actually, here's you can kinda I don't know. So it's actually a giant patch that was made to go on like the back of um a denim jacket or something like that. This was one of the prizes made for Desert Buzz for Hope 2024. And I'm for a silent auction, and I'm very glad that I won that silent auction. Every single little plastic piece, it's a small bead with black beads as the lines between the glass panes, basically. Um, yeah, it's absolutely beautiful. And next to it here is the QWRP diorama made by Iris of Ether for Desert Bus 2022? Or was it 2023? I think that was 2023. Um, and every time I find something new in there, I'm looking at it. It's a diorama of QWRP, which is a fictional radio station in the. There's a YouTube series. It's mostly podcasts. Like they're supposed to be fake radio shows called Querpline. QWERPLINE. Um. Yeah. Anyway, blueprints. That's what I was doing. It's this scene. And what are we doing today? I think today we're just exploring. I wrote Discovery Stream on everything. I think we're just trying to find new rooms. And if possible, trying to solve the chess puzzle. But it's very unlikely that that'll be possible. And my third monitor's freaking out again. I need to get a new one. Okay, day 23. So we've done a lot of exploration downstairs in the underground. I don't know that there's any exploration that we still need to do there, other than if we go to the pump room and lower the water all the way in the reservoir, maybe there's something on the ground floor of the reservoir. The fake radio stations is lower. They scratch and itch to broadcast mystery into the void. Yeah, QW Corp Line is about. It's a morning radio station from the fictional town of Nsburg, spelled Nsburg. Um, and it gets crazy in the same way that I haven't seen Parks and Recreation, but the same way that that show gets crazy, where you're just meeting all of these insane characters that are staples of the town and building a lore around that. Uh, Still got all three birds on the table. Haven't seen anything change with that either. Yeah, I don't know. I think Zoltan, or whatever the hell his name was, is a damn liar. Sounds a bit like Night Vale. I'm not sure what that is. Um, Oh wait, was Night is that the? It's not vampires. I think I've heard of Night Vale. Um, in that it starts like a normal like high school drama or something. Uh, you assumed it was popular, so there are many things that are popular that I haven't heard of. Um, I'm pretty sure I know what it is based on Back to Desert Bus. There was a Desert Bus skit, not a skit. They were just talking about it. Surreal radio station. Oh, okay. That's not what I'm thinking of. No, I'm not familiar with it then. Okay. The trading post has the dynamite in it, and I know where to put the dynamite, but I don't have the fuse for it. Oh no, the fuse is the magnifying glass and whatever it was. So we could do trading post. Let's do trading post. I did pick up my allowance, so I've got 21 gold already. Let's see what we got around here. I have no idea what it is. A little too dangerous to pick up, but I know where to use it. All right, what do you have? Oh, right, it's a trading post, not a store. I have to have items. Having money doesn't do me any good. So wait, the dynamite is too dangerous to pick up. What do I need? Workshop. I'm just gonna look at the crafted items here. Power hammer, jackhammer, electromagnet, dowsing rod, jackhammer, detector shovel, laser, sound amplifier, lucky purse. That's it. So it's not a crafted item that I need to pick this up. There's something else I need to pick this up, and I'm not sure what it is. If I have time for podcasts, I kind of don't. Um, is there anything down there I care about? I don't think so. Not yet. Let's just try and find new rooms, I guess. Start with items. Okay, let's clear off all our little tabs here. Still have a pawn in D1. How's that look? Yeah, that's good. Let's go spare green room to get over to the side. Nothing in here? Waste of a room. Commissary, parlor for gems, or reading nook for library, which should turn us over to here as well. And a coupon book. Nice. There's a rook in this room. Can't pick up my sticky note. There it goes. My sticky note was stuck. This way. Yeah, I forgot to say hi to Sunbird. I'm the worst. We got a treasure map. Isn't that... That's row 6, right? Yeah, rank 6 is the foundation. All right. We got to dig in the foundation. What are we checking out? Architectural Digest 5. Did we do that one already? I don't think so. I think we did 4. Hey chat, did we do Architectural Digest 5? We did one about dead ends. We did one about... Don't think we did 5. Yeah, did one about items. Those were both recent, too. I think I've done 3 in the past. Yeah, because 3 was here before. I had to buy 4 and 5 from the bookshop. And I recently did one about items and one about dead ends, so that must be 4 and 5. So I have done them. So I'm going to do Sightseer's Guide to Reddington. Bookshop goes north. Yes. Let me buy that last book. 40. Okay, we need 40 coins. But there's a bishop here. These are kind of suspicious why they're blocking off the corners of the room. Especially because over here it's shown as a... Wait a minute. Yeah. This one here is not shown as blocked off like this. It's shown as... Alright, what book do I have to pull? None of them are labeled. You know, the geometry is not going to let us see back there. It could be about a new clue. I still have that list of directions. I don't know what that goes to. Is this a 9x9 puzzle grid? And I can't click the books, but... Okay. We're gonna have to remember what buttons do what, huh? Can't interact with any of them, so it's not like it matters, but... No, it's just the bookshop. To press something over here to make that other one swing open or something? Or did they just redesign the bookshop after they made this image? That's likely. But it's more likely that it's a secret. I don't know. No idea. Den lets us go north. Bedroom lets us go west. Which I kind of want to do because we can probably go north out of the entrance hall. And there's a chest. Right, there's a pawn over here. Do I just use a key? Oh boy. 2 dice and 4 coins. It's a pretty good deal. Come on, bedroom closet. Damn. I think den to go north. Although guest bedroom would be a lot of steps. There's not really anything useful in there. Alright, so another pawn in here. There was a pawn in there as well. But I already have 1 pawn listed. I don't need to have more than 1. Go north. We can have garage. We can get the utility closet here. This might be a good place for the utility closet. Yeah, let's do that now. No items, right? Yeah, no items. Just shut that off. Turn the gym off. Turn the dark room off and on, even though that's not going to do anything. Turn the garage on. Now, I got used to Uncle Chop's rocket shop already and tried hitting Q to leave that menu. Alright, we back up all the way to entrance hall. And I've kind of left a snaking path for myself. Okay, we could go chapel to go north or east, and I think that's where we want to go. Kind of sucks that it's here. It's going to be like at the center point of backtracking, so I might have to come through it a few times. But we do get a bishop. There are 2 candles that we need to light. Okay. Oh, we had a bishop? Yes, we had a bishop in the bookstore. I don't like the way the hallway is facing. Commissary is definitely not facing the right way. And then we could force a green room in the secret passage. Although I don't know what we would actually want to force over there yet. We could do force a hallway to try and go north and south. We could force green to hopefully get us something. Forcing red would probably give us more mobility. We could stick the dark room over there. Maybe we force a red room. We try and stick a dark room or the basketball courts over there because I've already turned off the lights in the basketball court. We possibly stick the weight room over there. There are so many red rooms that go in multiple directions. Although weight room would suck right now because I'd lose 25 steps. Yeah, let's force a red room. Nothing in here, right? Okay. Oh, I forgot about the electric eel aquarium. Lost and Found goes south and has 2 rare items, and we lose either the coupon book or the treasure map. I think I'm fine with that. Oh, but then we double back through the Lost and Found and lose something else. If we go into the Lost and Found, don't pick up anything, go south, do whatever, come back, we lose the coupon book and the treasure map, and then on our way back through, pick up the 2 rare items. Unless one of the items is something I don't want, and then I can pick that up and hope that I get rid of that. I think this works. Oh no, coupon book. Hall pass. What is the... I'm trying to remember what the hall pass does. Vault key 370. Why is it I found no vault keys that I remember early on? And now I've found 3 vault keys in 3 runs back to back to back. Alright. We definitely want to keep the vault key. I'm trying to remember what hall... Oh, wow. The symbol is down here for the Arindia door that we opened. That's cool. I don't have to track that. I'll pass, I'll pass, I'll pass. I'm trying to remember what it does. Don't tell me. It's not running shoes. Is it related to hallways? It might be related to hallways. I think I want to keep that over the treasure map. And I definitely want to keep the key over the treasure map, so I'm going to go through here first. The boudoir gets us a gem and 2 dice. I think we just do that. I don't think I've ever drafted the boudoir such that it would have windows. It's always been in like the center of the house. This room looks so much better like this. The privacy changing screen isn't doing a whole lot much though with the curtains open. Okay, so now we go back in. We lose Our treasure map. Yep. Pick up the vault key. And the hall pass. Do not lose traveling between two adjoining hallways. Always drafted from an adjoining hallway do not cost diamonds to draft. Okay. So linking up hallways is good. That's what that does. And that's what I don't remember what that does because that's so niche. Parlor gets us gems. No matter what, it's our only way out, so guest bedroom is wrong. Alright. This puzzle is harder than it seems. You can't... That's a subjective statement. Mother... this box is empty. This box is empty. It is harder than it seems. No, wait. If both boxes... Okay. If both boxes are telling the truth, they're both empty, then the gems are in the black box. The puzzle is not harder than it seems, and I get the gems. Because this would be the false statement, and both of those are true statements. If either one of these is false, then we've got one false, one true, and an ambiguous. It would be very true because it'd be impossible to tell. Actually, yeah, wait. If the gems are in one of those boxes, it is impossible to determine which one. And assuming... Okay. There will always be at least one box which displays only true statements. There will always be at least one box which displays only false statements. Only one box has a prize within, the other two are always empty. There is no rule saying that the puzzle is solvable. But, working under the assumption that the puzzle must be solvable, because otherwise it's just a shit puzzle, neither of these boxes can contain gems because it's impossible to determine which. Therefore, the puzzle is easier than it is as easy as it seems. This is the box that's lying. Those two boxes are telling the truth and therefore are empty, and this one has the gems. I am so glad my great uncle did not design a shit puzzle. Passageway. I wish I could rotate the hallway. Passageway breaks us up so we don't just have one exit anymore. Does cost a lot of gems, but we did just pick up gems. Hopefully we can open some hallways from here and get places. Whenever you draft a bedroom, gain 5. Maybe we dead end it and we go north from the passageway. Or we do drawing room and try and go north and draft something cool. Let's do that. Why is there nothing here? There's a pawn in here. nothing else in here. Okay. Workshop. We don't have anything to combine. But it's nice that it's here. Or do we redraw? I think we'll just workshop so we can have it. Let the game flourish of standing in the corner while thinking hard. Thank you. We got a battery. Which I think is the component for a laser. Is it battery and magnifying glass? Where the hell were my parts? No, where the hell are they? They're here somewhere. Workshop. Here. Laser, magnifying glass, and metal detector. It's not the battery. The battery's for the power hammer, the jackhammer, and the electromagnet. I do want to try busting down the chest room wall. So we need a hammer and a lever. Yeah, we need a hammer and a lever. Let's go. It's like the closest in-game version of burying your face in your hands. We could locksmith here. We got 24 coins. Running low on gems, but maybe we'll find something cool here. I think I go special key and 3 keys. Silver key, a room with many doors. Okay. Do we do 3 keys? I think we do 3 keys. Right. The office, but it locks us out. Oh, we can't afford it. Damn it. The weight room now is bad. Hallway, and then it's free to go to walk into it. But we still only have 1 exit. We get a key. Billiard room gets us keys, locks us out. Corridor is free. All right, security. Or gymnasium, or reroll. I think we security. I'm out of gems. Not happy about that. There's a knight in here. Where the hell are we? We're on B4. We set up a laboratory a thing. Hold on. Where's my note for this stupid camera? Okay, so A is that's the archives. A. That's the office. Oh, it's just what letter it starts with. Okay, so spare room. I'm gonna do this on here in case I'm wrong. Spare room. Um, whose closet is that? Is that bedroom? I have a thing. I have a thing that tells me all the rooms. Um, walk-in closet. No. Yes, that's walk-in closet. Then archives. Then Nook. Storage. Office. Nursery. Gallery. Which hallway is that? Security and I don't know what that is. Um, one of the hallways. Is that the corridor? No. Vases in the corners and a couch. Um, it's T shaped. You can kind of see the thing there. Hallways. It's just hallway. And then what's the shop? Showroom. Swansong HSS. What does that mean? Uh, oh, that's his initials. Herbert S. Sinclair. So this is just another way of discovering this password. Okay. So we have this array over here. Is this something? Library, music room, wine cellar, vault, nook. No, that's not anything. Over here we've got. I haven't seen a piano in this. Or, no, I've seen one in the music room. I haven't seen a grand piano in this game yet, have I? This is gonna be the ballroom, probably? I haven't been in there. The pool and the vault again. Yeah, there's just two cameras on the vault. Two of the same camera on the vault. That's cool. Alright, well. Let's set up a laboratory experiment to try and get us some gems. Alright, a letter will be delivered. Gain 3 gold for each red room. Set your steps to 40. We have 2 red rooms? I think. We've got Lost and Found. And the other one. The chapel. Letter be delivered. We don't have the mailroom, but do we do steps to 40 when you draft a red room? Or do we gain a whole lot of gold drafting red rooms? We'll lose a lot of steps quickly. We're gonna run out of steps. We don't have a shovel, so digging's not gonna work. I think it's gonna be red room, set your steps to 40. And we just draft a red room every time we need a step. Alright. Um there's only one way out of here. I don't want to draft the archives yet. But okay, let's re-roll. Dovecoat lets me rotate. That's gonna be so good. Oh, it's only when you draw it while drafting, not when you place it. That's weird. So I can rotate the bunk room or the dovecoat to go the other way. I misunderstood what dovecoat did. All right. Well, I think we re-roll again. I don't think we want these. We want something that goes straight that isn't the archives. That isn't the archives. Cloister of Rinna. Perfect. We can't afford it. Billiard room gets us keys. I don't want to use the last reroll die. Gymnasium. The lights are off, but we lost 4 steps or 5 steps and then set our steps to 40. I can't speak. There's no items in here, so we go. Game really wanted me to have the archives? Yeah. Green rooms don't cost gems to draft. Banana. Ooh, banana. I've been watching a lot of Donkey Kong Bonanza. Is it just a banana? Okay. Great Hall gets us every direction. Alright. Kind of wishing I bought that lockpick kit. Oh, it does say 7 locked doors. Well, let's go this way. If I do special keys, I want to do special keys from up top. So I want to find up top. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. If I pick this one and Monty Hall shows me opens one of the doors, I switch. Tails never fails? I don't know. Yes! Got there first try. Oh, this one's just open. Okay. Gift shop gets us into the foundation. And we can rotate to go west if we want, or east if we want. But I think we want it to go north.
Nice.
Before I go in there, normal key. Dining room is steps, but though we don't really need that much. Why do I have 40 steps? I should have lost one coming into the Great Hall, right? Or is it every time I step into a hallway? Can't read it from here. Oh, we don't have the gem for observatory. Damn it. We dining room because we're on 5. 8's not that far away. And it gets us north. And there's a lunchbox. Right, because we get that immediately. You will not lose steps traveling between 2 adjoining hallways. So I should have... I was 40 when I entered gym. I should be at 39 because I entered Great Hall. Right? No, wait. I should be at less because I entered the gym, lost 5, set my steps to 40. Went to the terrace, 39. Oh, ate a banana, 42, 41, 40. Thank you. Totally forgot about the banana. Great Hall is a hallway, but the hall pass only triggers when you move between 2 adjoining hallways. So going from the hallway to the corridor means I don't lose a step, or, from passageway to hallway to corridor is fine. Going out of an orange room or into an orange room still costs a step. So I just walk in here and I get my lunchbox because I'm already at 5. There we go. Delicious lunch. I don't even know what we're serving today, do I? I can't even peek. Dinner's not served yet. Let's use a special key here. Can't come to the Chamber of Mirrors from that side, but maybe I can sneak around from the other side. I think we play around in the Chamber of Mirrors. Button. So that opens the glass on that side. I'm not reflected in the ceiling mirror. No, I saw the glass go up. There's no mirror up there. That's just... those chairs are just glued to a ceiling. Can't reach that button. So, if I come into that door... There's a hand pointing up. There's a gem on that table. Is there a gem on every table? There is. So I'm assuming if I come from the north and press that button, all of the glass panes go up and I get to get the gems. That'd be cool. Totally distraught that Chamber of Mirrors has 0 mirrors. Well, it's supposed to fool you. Everything is laid out to make you think it's mirrors, but it's no mirrors. There's just like 20 chairs in this room for no reason. Yeah, so goal is to come across there because I want to hit that button. So we can come out through here. I know this one is nothing. Let's open this. Oh, there's going to be the lever. There's the lever. Is the lever always in that corner? I don't remember. Oh, there's a gem. Fantastic. Um. All right, gift shop. I can't afford anything. I already bought the T-shirt. I don't have the shovel. Well, I don't have the map yet anymore. So the Foundation probably didn't have anything for me. I think I go north. A den has a gem, and I can go both ways. Commissary gets us south. How does the vision of the door opening work? Um, you mean when I'm drafting cards? I just see 3 cards. Got a running shoes. Oh, sledgehammer's here. Running shoes, sleeping mask, and magnifying glass. Kind of want hammer and magnifying glass. That I don't have the lever yet, but um, it's a little late for sleeping mask. When I pulled the lever, oh no, that's an abstraction. Simon doesn't see that. I, the player, see that. Why those ones? It should have been that one. What? That's not. This is not what I intended. Whoa. Wait. Hold on. Uh. Okay. This. Why? What can I. What? Okay. There has to be a reason why I did this. Or was this for laughs? Oh. Oh. I don't want the pantry. No. I just made that shit rarer. No. Hold on. Are all these openable? 5 coins. Hell yes, extra parlor. And a key. Okay. I think because I start with so many coins for my allowances, pantry is worthless. I think I actually don't take it. But now I figured out what happens when I come into the Chamber of Mirrors. I get copies of plans I've already drafted or that are already in my deck, so they're more common. I get more than one of them. Um, I was not expecting this to open the side ones, so now I have more gems. Can I reach up there? No. Okay. What does this button do? Okay. So now entering either of the side doors gets me another gem at least. You missed the cupboards the first couple times you drafted this room? Wow. That must have felt real good and bad when you finally found it. You're like, oh, sweet, there's more stuff. Wait, this was here the whole time? Fade away to dust. Yes and yes. Yep. I can't get anywhere else. Yeah, so I have to go here or here. I got 11 coins. I can buy a thing. I'm not worried about steps. I can just draft a red room. I'm probably not. The sleeping mask isn't going to help because I'm not going to draft another bedroom and I'm not worried about steps. Probably not going to draft another bedroom. Sledgehammer in case I find a lever and then I can walk all the way back to the workshop. Or magnifying glass in case I find the metal detector and then I can walk to the chapel. Let's do magnifying glass. I think I'm more likely. I don't know. I don't know. What's this way? Second parlor showing up already. More coins. I can go back and buy that sledgehammer. You know, it'd be a cool interaction. I understand why they didn't want to do it, but a cool interaction would be if you brought the sledgehammer here, you could just bust open the dartboard. 10. 3. 12 minus 4 is 8 times 2 is 16 divided by 16 is 1. Oh my god. 12 minus 11 is 1 times 2, 1, and 4 is 8 divided by 4 is 2. Alright. Nothing back here. Sure. I just picked up keys. I think I re-roll. I was hoping for something that went more than one direction. Damn. Closet and wine cellar lock us out of getting to the antechamber and all of this stuff. Actually, everything does. I shouldn't have re-rolled. I should have just taken the laboratory. They really make you work for those keys. The puzzles get harder the more times you do it. I think closet for the items because I still want the lever. Or nope, we get a gem and a reroll die. We reached rank 8, so dinner's served. I mean, the keys in here are basically free because they don't limit the number of tries that I've noticed. You could just keep pressing buttons. You could brute force it just by pressing every button until it moves forward. And then when you press a button and it backs up, you just press the same sequence again. It would take a little while, but you could do it. Go back into the commissary, buy the... Yeah, let's buy the sledge. And I can't buy anything here. How much are keys in the locksmith? It's 5 for 1, 12 for 3. I think 5 for 1 is also the rate if when keys show up in the commissary. Alright, I know there's treasure in here, but I don't have the shovel or the map anymore, so it's not helping. I can only go this way. I mean, there's the mailroom, but I didn't do the thing. I guess I'm drafting a bedroom. 10 per key? That can't be right. I could go to the showroom with my 4 coins. The study... The study lets me do something with existing floor plans. This is ending our run. No, this is not the room I thought it was. God damn it. The study has a safe. 44 letters in the message. I got this. Yep. Right, this is where they tell you exactly what that puzzle was. And they also tell you... This is a queen room? Wait. No. This has queen on D8, which is an undiscovered room. Okay. That must just be how this is set up. Oh, right, because this is a queen room. That's the queen. Oh, there's one over here too. We do have the study as the black queen room, right? Where are my rooms? Yeah, there. Yeah, Black Queen is study. So if I drafted that office, well, I would have been locked out way earlier, but I'd also be able to solve the chess puzzle. We can go back to the trading post, trade some of our items for other items that are not going to help us. I spent the other way? No? Okay. Did I just get something for spinning it a bunch of times? You haven't cracked the safe in this room? Let's see, it's the study. We know it's a date. That's all we know. We know it's probably not the orchard code. I could try all the dates we have. But... I doubt it's going to be a date that's hidden in this room. Does the globe match with what we know of the world now? Almost? This looks like the hemisphere that was on the west, or on the left board. And then that, hold on. Spin it so I can see it. This is the North Aries. This is Orinda Aries, and then south would be Araja. And then this would be... Yeah, I think this matches up. Here we are. Arch Aries up top, Arinda Aries slash Fen Aries, Araja. This would be Nuance, the top half of it, which makes sense. And then, yeah, over here, this is Morajai, Kororika, and Vera is south. You can't see the southern hemisphere really, but yeah, Vera's down there. Yeah, this matches. Doesn't have any names or anything. I wonder if the trade routes listed or whatever the dashed lines are gonna be relevant. I'll find a globe and write them down if they are. Alright, let's try. Doorware codes. Dates. Date on the crest, 12/13. Can't be that easy. This is the off. No, this is not the office. This is the study. Yeah, this is the study. It's not the award for Swimbird. I don't actually have a lot of dates that would be relevant. Old Station was flooded in 1917. Or 0301. No. I got no idea. I don't have a lot of info for. Like, this entire room is designed to tell us that, or to just blatantly give away that this safe, the code is a date. But we don't know what the date is. Unless it has to do with chess somehow. Maybe we find a date after we solve the chess puzzle. How is it designed to tell us a date? It's designed to tell us these puzzles, the puzzle from these sketches, like the pine tree versus the spine, how spine minus pine is S. There's an S missing. And then if you put them into this grid, you get a message. And the message was, if we count small gates, 8 dates crack 8 safes. So, like, this is supposed to lead us on the path toward finding out that the code to all of the safes and the gates are dates. But I still have no idea what the date is. What the date for this room would be. Yeah, no idea. Okay. We got 32 steps. Is there anything we want to do before we quit for the day? Going downstairs doesn't get us anything. We go out. We go outside. We go out to the trading post, see if we can trade for anything. I have no idea how many steps I'm going to have when I'm out there. Oh, right. We have keys, and there's still doors. We know this one's empty. We don't want the door that actually goes south. We want the ones that have items behind the door. Damn it. Damn it. I didn't realize that side rooms could be the small one. I know this is the small one, so... I'm gonna step back here and get a whole bunch of steps from eating this delicious... Oh yeah, shepherd pie. Let's eat dinner. And then we just go back to the trading post, find that they have nothing we need or want, and get disappointed and leave. Go back to gymnasium, security, and then after the passageway is the parlor. There's nothing else in here that we need to do, right? I don't think so. I never turned off... I never lowered the security doors, but that never came up. Yeah, parlor chapel entrance. So we're going to spend another coin walking through this room. We have a lot of steps. All right. I don't need this vault key. What are you going to give me? A silver key? Nah, not yet. I don't need this hall pass. Okay, that's our first time seeing the gear wrench. I definitely don't want the salt. No, absolutely not. Nope. Okay, so let's take the gear wrench. Let's look at it. Nope. There we go. Each time you draft a gear floor plan, you may permanently adjust its rarity. Okay. Super hungry. I'm about to take a break. What do you wrench? I wrench the gear rooms, apparently. I don't think it's a usable item. I think it's just happens. I don't need this vault key. I don't need the silver key either, but I'll make the trade. What are you going to give me for a silver key? 3 dice. Metal detector. Didn't I need that? Where's the thing? Where's the thing? Yeah, I can make the laser. You got a deal. Okay, so magnifying glass and metal detector, right? Yes, I don't need the battery. I'm not gonna trade for the salt, though. Right. Can I grab this yet? Okay, so we go make the laser, we go light the torches in the chapel, and we see what happens. The candles in the chapel. Chapel's right there. How do I get to the workshop? Through the chapel. Okay. Another coin gone. There we go. Another coin gone. Boop. Boop. I found the holy piggy bank. Is this where all of the money was stored? Every single time I deposit a coin? The keeper of tithes. The chapel's resident guardian tasked with the sacred duty of keeping the money accumulated from chapel offerings. Have I dumped 33 coins into the chapel in total? Because that'll give us the 40 to go back to the bookstore, buy that last book. Notice that said igniting fuses. Yeah, I'm going to go back to the trading hall and see if I can get the dynamite as well. I haven't kept track of how much gold I've spent in chapel. It's day 23. Every time I've drafted the chapel, I've definitely put at least 2 coins in it, but I don't know how many times I've drafted it. Can I check that? I've drafted it 17 times. That's 34 if it's an average of 2. I've definitely run through here more than twice. You worry it's permanent? Might be. Only one way to find out. Keeper of Tides can only be broken once. Are you sure you want to break him now? It's permanent. Well, Pug, you found out. And now we get to stare at a pig butt while I think about if I want to break it. What else am I going to be saving up money for? The gift shop? Let's do not quite yet. Gift shop's all the way up here. I wrote down what was in it, right? Yeah. We bought the tea. I should check that off. It's 40 for a swim trunks. The pool has a pair of trunks, which I'm pretty sure means a pair of chests. It's 110 for the swimbird plushie. But I've had runs where I've had a whole bunch of money before. That's why I was able to buy so many things out of the bookshop. I think I think I just break it and we use the money now. Once it's broken, do you no longer have to pay tithes? Oh, the fancy jewelry room. The what's that room called? I know what you're talking about. The showroom. It has different items every time, I think. Um, but you can never keep them. So, and I'm probably never going to want to break this permanently for something I'm not going to be able to keep. If I buy the last book, I will always have that book in the library. If I buy the swim trunks from the gift shop, I'll always have those trunks. Oh, right, the Swimbird plushie goes in the master bedroom and enables dare mode, which sounds like a hard mode for the game. I'm not sure what that's going to mean, but I'm not too keen on it. I'm gonna get it eventually, but I think we break the piggy bank now. What does the T-shirt do? We bought the T-shirt. It goes in the walk-in closet, and it looks nice. It's literally what it said. It looks nice. I think it's just cosmetic. It was 10 coins. Um, Smash. 54. All right, that's more than I thought. Can I take his little pig snout? No? Okay. All right, well, I've ruined the chapel forever. So we go. So now my question is, do I go to the bookshop and buy the book, or do I go to the gift shop and buy the swim trunks? Because I can't get both. I think I go get the book. Knowledge is important. And I could go to the library and change what book I'm requesting tomorrow to be the new book, probably. The Curse of Blackbridge. No idea what that is. Wait, does this say? It doesn't tell me what the different drafting strategy books are. I want to confirm. So yeah, now I can just take that one out. And I want to. Let's take that one out, and then we'll look at Sightseer's Guide last. 21 gold left. 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12. Buy the lockpick kit. 11, 10, 9. Sorry, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Trade the lockpick kit into something, and then don't get anywhere with 3 steps. Um, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9. Can't buy anything. 10, 9, 8, 7. That's not how I get in there. 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7. That's how I get there. But they didn't have anything I want. I think we end the day. Okay. No. Let's call it a day. I am going to take a break because I need to use the restroom. Let's end. This is going to launch us right into the next day. Okay. Day 24, we'll just start. We'll take a break immediately. And I'll be back in a few minutes with more blueprints. Stick around. And I'm back. Hi, I'm Fatal Oasis, and we're playing more blueprints. And I need to change this because it's now day 24. There we go. I still don't know what our overall goals are. Find more info, which means uncovering more rooms, which means just kind of doing runs for no real benefit. Like, seeing what happens. Which is a weird place to be considering I've had... Break time was missing music. Yeah, I don't typically run music during breaks. It's typically whatever the game audio was. Um, or if it's a stream that has background music, like my building stream, it's just that. But this game has very little game audio. Oh, finally we get the tomb. I've been trying to draft that for like 2 weeks. Uh, I don't know that we need it anymore though, because we can just get down to everywhere in the basement, in the underground, forever. Can we do a shrine? Probably. We have all the money. Is there more info in the tomb that I don't remember? I don't think so. It is a way to get a whole bunch of money. But I don't know... You know what? Let's do a money run. We just got our last book, so we don't need the bookstore anymore. But if we find the... either the showroom or the gift shop, we could use a bunch of money. Let's take a look down there. I don't know if there's anything down here that we want. Oh, those candles have the rubies. That's a puzzle. Okay, so I need to come down here with the laser. That's fun. A new clue had directions. I'm gonna look for that real fast. Where did I put that? It's this one. Down, right, left, left, right, right. Record each stop. It doesn't even make any sense though, because how do you go down from here? I don't know. I don't know how anything works. We'll just run around and look for stuff again. There's coins. Right, that was where I picked up a floor plan for something. We have this candle puzzle, which I don't know if I need candles in specific positions or if it's just light those other three. Oh, the door down here is just open. I don't need to solve this puzzle again. That's fantastic. Great quality of life thing. Nothing here. Right, I can't interact. Nope. That's turned over. This sure looks like a puzzle, but I don't know if I've solved it already. I don't remember. This also needs ruby. Has the ruby, so this is another... Okay, so we definitely need to come down here with the... whatever the laser's called. That was Simon or Herbert's note to Simon about like, so here's where I'm buried, and this is all sad and whatnot. And you can either live here your whole life and then end up buried here just like everyone else, or you can find a new path, figure out what's actually going on, etc., etc. So if I come down here with a shovel, I'll have things to dig. If I come down here with the laser, I've got 2 rooms to open. And then on our map of the downstairs, the underground. So we're in the tomb, and then over here goes into the catacombs. But I don't remember if there was anything there either. Hey, let's start our run from the Foundation. What's up, Death? How you doing? Right, that's the rest of that map. Do you have anything written back? No, it was just in the cloister. Oh, I have to pull the scythe, don't I? Okay, so I'll have to do that every time. That doesn't reset. No, that resets every time, which is weird. Oh, it's pointing that way. We can't go back. Can we? Okay, hold on. We're here. We can walk to here, spin it around. For them to be pointing here and we don't get anywhere. We can't raise or lower it. There's nothing else that's useful. We're stuck. Okay. I have it set up so we can go pull the north lever first, though. So let's do that. And then when we come back... Are we locked on this side? We can go out to the precipice. Oh, we can't. The elevator's up top. We're locked on this side. We can't get to the other side unless we go all the way back out through the catacombs, through the tomb, and then come back down through the cliffside exit into the basement. This door's still open. That's cool. Well, there's nothing changed in here, right? It's still, yeah, that's still the same. So if we want to... We're gonna have to spend a lot of steps to get back to the house anyway. It doesn't get us back there. Down there's the chess puzzle, or... What else was on the precipice? Nothing? I don't think there was anything relevant. Or we can go back to the torch chamber, go down... no, that's how to get to the precipice. We could go to the south side of the reservoir. We can't go up the well. The boat's not on this side, so we'd just be stuck there. It's a dead end. We go back through the catacombs. That's the only way out. Okay. Nope, this way. Into the tomb, into the grounds. And over here? No. It's over here. Okay, and we're on West Path. So then one more step out to the grounds. Whatever this is called. Just the grounds. Okay, from here it's one step back into there, so we could start there with 56 steps. Or we're at 57 on the grounds, 56 for the tunnel, 55 for the basement, 54 for the elevator and the foundation, and we start from the foundation at 54. That's not that bad, actually. Let's start from the foundation. I want to see how it goes. I want to watch it film beautifully. It's just going to be absolute trash. Locking us out of everything left and right because we don't have any keys. We only have 2 gems. Doesn't even work. You need the key card to start from the foundation. Okay. In the future, how can I get the key card without entering the building? Or without going past the main entrance? I go out to the outer room and I draft... The tool shed might have a key card. If the trading post has an item in it that I can immediately trade for a key card, but I don't think it's going to have one. If the root cellar happens to have a shovel in it. Otherwise, there's no way to start from... I mean, it makes sense that they would do something like this because they don't want you to start from the foundation. You should be starting every run on rank 1, where all of the gems and keys are very prevalent, and where the rare rooms are even rarer. And they actually don't know where you're going to put the foundation because this doesn't start on the map. You have to draft this. Anyway, I'm on this side of the reservoir. What can I do here? I can rotate the thing around. And I think I want to. I don't know that I want... I don't know that I want it to be like this. I think I want it to be facing me. Because if I can get to here... Oh, I can't always solve it because I can't pull the cart every time, guaranteed. The reason why you want the cart to be pulled is so that you can get from here to the north lever. But I don't know that I care about... Other than draining the water all the way and seeing what's all the way down, I don't know that I care about this side of the reservoir anymore. Because if I just go elevator to precipice to abandoned mine to the gear room, I can get up there. So I don't ever need to come on this side of the underground again. Whereas if I pull the cart back now, I can just go underground mine to basement to reservoir and then have to solve the puzzle every time, but I still get there. But it locks me out of... What does having the cart down here lock me out of? Because I can go elevator to precipice to get everywhere else. I guess it doesn't lock me out of anything. Anymore. May I make a comment on this? I don't know if... I don't have to if you're enjoying not knowing. I assume it's possible just to do the foundation first. I also assume it's a terrible strategy. If you want to comment based off of something I don't know about yet, please don't. If you want to comment on how the situation sucks or something like that, go for it. If you want to say what you did and it doesn't spoil anything about anything I haven't seen, yeah, absolutely go for it. Do I pull the cart back? I think I just pull the cart back. And then if I ever need to get to the torch chamber again, I do it through the precipice. If I ever need to get to south side of reservoir again, I do it through the precipice. And I never need to go through the well again. Okay, I appreciate it, Pug. Alright, so I'm gonna spin this around. This all still counts as reservoir. When does it switch? Is it here where it changes to abandoned? No. That's where it changes. Okay. I know there are like regions that I can travel freely between Um. All right, so I just changed this to be this way. We're here. One. Elevator. We can't exit through the elevator. We have to exit through the catacombs. All right, let's spend a bunch more steps again. All right, so now we're actually starting our run with 48 steps. We've done nothing and spent 22 steps. Hallway opens everything up for more directions, gives us a key. Nursery's a good dead end. We're drafting dead ends. And this will give us more steps when we draft bedrooms. The mirror is shaped like the Arindia symbol. I just noticed that. Huh. Yeah, that. I don't see any other symbols for the other regions. He couldn't stay in the sight of a canary or snow, yellow or black. Okay, hold on. Black is Arinda, of course. Yellow is Arch Aries. He couldn't stand the white of a swan in the snow. White is Morajai, which is on the other half of the planet. Maybe not. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything else. Okay. And I'm not seeing anything else in this room either. All right, we go north. So whenever we draft a bedroom, gain 5 steps. Parlor gets us gems. Gets us back east again. Let's do it. I wonder what happens if we trade the wind-up key to the trading post. What they'll give us, if anything. All right, this box is empty. There are 2 empty boxes. There are 2 true boxes. Okay. White box is definitely true. There are 2 empty boxes. Unknown. There are 2 true boxes. If this is true, then the true boxes are blue and white, which means black is the false box. Black has the gems in it. If this is false, then there are 2 false boxes. Then this is true. This is false. This is false. Either case, this is false. Easy. Pawn in here. Commissary. Bedroom is a doesn't count as a dead end, but it would dead end us. Commissary. Gems for sale. Gems for 3. Sledgehammer for 8. Set of gems 4 for 10. Running shoes for 8. I like running shoes because it allows us to backtrack a lot. If I get running shoes and sledge, I have 10 left. I'd be kind of excited if the Canary and the Crow were analogous to Archon or into Ares. I think they are. I think, like, the Red Prince couldn't stand the sight of them. So Fen took over Orinda. Like, that was... It's just supposed to be political commentary, right? Because black is Orinda, yellow is Arch. Do I just buy Sledgehammer, gems, and running shoes right now, and then have $0? We're gonna have a lot more money if we go back out and once we get some dead ends, go back out to the tomb, pick up all that money, and come back. We'll have a lot of money. Running shoes will help us conserve steps when we're backtracking. Yeah, I'm just gonna... There we go. Alright, what's up here? Den for a gem or a dead end storeroom. Which means we backtrack to the entrance hall. Or we bedroom, and then maybe dead end off of that. We get 5 more steps. I want a bedroom and then dead end off of that. Because this gets us the 5 steps. It's free to walk in and out of. So I get to get my steps in. No dead ends. We got our second parlor. I kind of want a passageway and then backtrack immediately to entrance hall and try and dead end here. So that when we go straight here, it's fine. And then also try down here. We'll come back here later. And it'll be better later because we'll be running through the bedroom. So this is free. And we have running shoes. And we might be able to buy things from the commissary if we need it, more gems if we need. Yeah, I'm going to passageway and then not walk into it. Okay, all I see is the normal door out front. I don't know what the other doors are. I'm going to head back, though. Step. 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 Damn, running shoes didn't save us anything. Alright, I want this to be a dead end. None of those are dead end. Let's get green room out of, or a spare room out of here. I see a lever on the table. I'm going to go in there later. Let's do this way. Here's a dead end. This is a good dead end, too. It sucks because we're locking out this side of the room. Or the estate. We've got a battery pack as item 1. Coin purse as item 2. A key as item 3. Smash the chest. I don't know if this counts as items. Or if the chest counts as an item. So 3 plus a chest. April 12th. Change the ending to political. I doubt they'd use April 12th as a safe date. Or a lock date. Key number 149 for the safe deposit box. That's 4 into chest. 5, 6, 7. I bet the chest counts as one item in here. Yeah. Why wouldn't they use that date? Why would you have a... In real life, why would you choose the date that you received a rejection letter as a combination for a safe? In the game, what safe or gate would a rejection letter be the code for? Like, where are my safes? Nope. Nope. Here. We know of 5 safes and gates total right now, 3 of which we've opened. The office and the study are the 2 that we don't know the combination for. Neither of those are Marion's safes. The office and the study are both Herbert's rooms. And I highly doubt he would use a rejection letter for Marion's book as a code for one of his safes. Actually, the office might not be Herbert's room. That might be the head of staff room. What was her name? Names. Mrs. Babbage. That might be Mrs. Babbage's room, and I have no idea why she would use it as the office date. Like, thematically, it doesn't fit, unfortunately. Alright, nothing else in here. It is a dead end, so we have 10 coins in the tomb now. Let's go up this way, because there's a lever here. And nothing else? Nothing else, okay. Den connects up with passageway and gets us a gem. Parlor gets us 2 gems and still goes that way. Den means less backtracking, because we can just cut over to the passageway instead of having to go through hallway, parlor, commissary, bedroom. I'm partial to that one. Guest bedroom is a dead end, but it's in a terrible place. I want to go west. Now I know this door is open and not locked. I do like how in this game, if you encounter a locked doorway and then you get to the other room from the other, or the room on the other side of that door, it just opens anyway. Courtyard splits us up. We can go multiple places. We can get 2 dead ends. We do that. And we know they're unlocked. And there might be a shovel. Yeah. No chest, it looks like. That's a shame. Let's dig up some goodies. Like a single coin. And a bonus coin from the coin purse. And a key. Nice. And was it just those two? I thought I had... Okay, it's just those two. Let's go south. The locksmith is a dead end and is a place where you can spend money. Alright. So keeping in mind that there's at least 15 coins downstairs. We can get a special key and then come back here later. Skipped it. I canceled it. Turns out if you click or right click here, you cancel the entire thing and you don't get the key. Oh right, it was 1 cheaper. Okay, so now I have that. Go back to the courtyard. We go this way, and we do want to go north and south if possible, but south if we can't go north. Treasure Trove gets us money and goes south. And then we can hopefully dead end. And we have... we can bust open the chest. Hey, why is it blue and have a moon on it this time? We can't bust open that chest. Alright. Chest number 2. Green memos in white boxes are always lies. Oh, what color was the box last time? Okay. So, our notes... Where were they? Hold on. I have them here. Somewhere. Here. Green memos in treasure rooms are true, but that was on a green memo. We lit the candles in the chapel. We need to light the candles in the tomb. We figured out the security room monitor thing. Okay, so... do this. And then... trim it to where I need it. Okay, so... treasure room notes. What was the exact wording of it? Green memos in treasure rooms are true. And that was on a green typed memo. In a blank box. I have no idea what color it was. Second note. Green memos in white boxes are always lies. And that's on a blue memo, blue typed memo. In a blue box with moon. Just in case that comes up. Oh, do you know Pug? Hit chat. Sure. Did the green memo from last time, was that in a white box? Sorry, what color box was that in? Because I'm ready to go watch the VOD for it. It was in a white box, thank you. I know previously, typed red notes are false. Security. I didn't write down what security said about blue notes, but I assume they're true. I assume it said, yeah, blue notes are true, red notes are... Wait, typed red notes are false. Where's page 1? Typed red memos are lies. Green memos in Hartley's room are always false. I didn't write down what it said about blue notes. Well, when I find security again, I'll look at it. I'm not worried about that one. I was worried about never being able to see what the green note was in again. Okay, so there's a knight in this room. Have that, right? Black Knight treasure trove. Yes. Okay. So we want a dead end. I think we re-roll here. No, we can't. We don't have the gem for the drawing room. We re-roll here. I want like the storage closet or something. Her ladyship's chamber. You get us so much steps, and you're a dead end. Next time you enter boudoir, and next time you enter walk-in closet. We haven't drafted either of those. And we get another look at what's in here. Because there's this note. Does it never end? Alright. Alright. Where's our... Here we go. Our newest page. With our spiral. So it looks like it's not starting at the sun, it's starting at the first planet, because then there's an X. Wait. It's crooked. This, where it pops out here, is whatever this planet was called. Douja. So it's like this. Because then we've got the bumps here. Yeah. Okay. So... yeah, it starts here. You have This X is the first white star. 2, 1, 1. The black star is not highlighted. Mm-mm. And then is that an X? And that's an X? No. Uh oh. Okay. I need to take a close look at them side by side, so I'm sorry. I need to look at it from here. Oh, you know what? You know what I'll do? I'll do this. I'll do um where is this one? I want a source projector in a new window. Oh, that's crooked. Oh, I see what happened. Um, this will work. No, it won't. So I'll do this. Then we'll do this. Make sure I'm not clicking on anything in the game while I'm doing this. Okay, so I can do that, and I can over here, new window capture for paint. Okay. So now I can pick this up without you caring. All right, we have yeah, not all of the white stars have X's on them. And in fact, the X's are they can be on dots, they can be on black stars, they can be on white stars. They might be able to be on planets. Uh-oh. All right, so I'm going to highlight in blue which ones she has marked. I mean, it should be in purple since I'm in her ladyship's chamber, but I used purple for the black stars, so it's kind of late for that. So it's that dot dot. The third one, wait, uh, it's hard to tell. You know what? Let me do it in here, so I'm not screwing up my notes. We'll do this. So we have this one definitely. we have that, then 1, 2, this one, then 1, 2, but it looks like it comes down and there's another dot and then an X. Can't tell if she has extra X's or I don't. Let's start on the inside. So it's definitely this one. Dot, dot. Here, down, that. That's, yeah. Then here, then X, X. Then dot. Okay, now it's hard to tell if they're X's or dots. I can barely see the marks on our spiral. Yeah, it's not easy. Snipping tool, grab this, add another window capture, 5, snipping tool, okay. Okay, so like I can't tell if these ones here, that's an X, that's not an X, then these two are X's, then is that a dot or an X? Yeah, how about that one? That one looks like an X. So I have this one, I have this one. Where am I? Not that. That. These are two that are close to each other here. So that's this one and this one. And then I have no idea about this. I have no idea about this. This is definitely one. So that's 1, 2, 3. And then we have like this set of double dots that I'm not sure where it is. This set that I'm not sure where it is. The X here is coming out like this, so that's here-ish. It's either the white dot here or it's probably this, because then there's a dot right under it. And then we go down over, yeah. Probably. I don't know. Then we go all the way around to where the hell is this one? We have dot dot x dot, dot, dot. So these three that are vertical, the dot, x, dot, this doesn't make sense because I have this large gap here where there's nothing, and that's not showing up. This one is straight horizontal from here. So that'd be from here. So it's somewhere, it's one of these two. Two dot. I think it's this one. Which would then mean this is here because it's three dots below. But we have a group of three that are almost in a line. 1, 2, 3 here. Is that 1, 2, 3 here? Or is this one, is that this? Which means our 1, 2, 3 is actually 1, 2, 3, and then I drew this one too close. Or she drew it too far. But that would put the X in the middle. Right? Wait. How many stars exist? I don't know, billions. On my map, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, and 40, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 50, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 60, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 70, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 80, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 87 plus 5 planets plus the sun at the center. Okay, I'm going to assume that these three along here are in a line, and that's these three along here. Which means this is the one. But 1, 2, 3, 4. That would mean that this is actually this one. I don't know. I don't know whose map is wrong. Yeah, 93. I wasn't super precise about over here because I didn't think it would matter. That one, two. You know what I think I do? I think I just screenshot her note and save that, and then just have it for the future. Because I don't know that I'm going to figure out anything here. I think I erase all these and just save this. Let's save it as pictures, blueprints for ladyship, uh, astral map. Dot ping. Get rid of that. Get rid of this. Don't save it. Can we conclude that her ladyship knew about the spiral and was into astrology? Yes, absolutely. Those are good assumptions. That she enjoyed looking at the stars. Um, and contemplated the existence, the never ending space. Is there anything here that else that would relate to that map? Probably not. Constellations, but I think I looked into this before. I don't think anything matches. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. We know. We suspect she's from Raja because bedroom violet. Um, Wait, didn't we? Wasn't there something that was very Oh, magnifying glass. Oh, magnifying glass. Oh my god. Whoop. Oh, that's still blurry. All right. Never mind. Yeah, that's not better. That's actually not better. Right, her book has the Araja symbol on it. Um, so, can we conclude anything about Araja from this? The moats were tribal, agricultural, academic, spiritual, martial, metropolitan, industrial, or poetic. Academic or spiritual, probably spiritual fits. The rays we have left are naval, horse, camel, roads, aviation, or turtle, so none of those fit. Um, we know Vera is spiritual. We know Arinda is metropolitan. Although I guess we don't know if these are exclusive. We know Fen is martial. We're pretty sure Morajai was naval because that's the one that had um, the boats. We have fog already. Oh, Orinda and Fen both have fog. Gee, I wonder why. Um, the answer is because it's the same place. There is hot. That's all I have. Arch Aries is probably, it might be aviation, but we have no proof. Nothing. Nothing. You have several globes. You have a lot of books. A lot of books. I'm betting. I'm betting Araja is academic. Okay, we've got a white queen in our building already. So actually, I do want to track our chess map because if we can get the office or wherever the other king is, then we're set. Get rid of everything. Okay. Um, so we have queen. I don't have one for queen yet. Where's my? Treasure trove had. Where's my? Here. I'll do it this way so you can see. Treasure trove had a knight. Courtyard had nothing. Locksmith had nothing. Den has a pawn. Green room had nothing. Entrance hall had nothing. Attic had a bishop. So we need a rook, conservatory, nook, or vault. And we need a king, which is office or nowhere. Okay. A secret compartment here. No, you just have the Raja symbol again. Anything under your bed? No. Very pointy bedposts. No, not really. I started writing down, or I tracked what rooms everything was in because I realized we have her ladyship chamber, so we have the queen. Um, our only way up is the passageway. Were there anything else with dig spots? I don't think so. No. Nope. Okay, so passageway. Drawing room. We don't have a gem. That's a dead end, but it locks us out. Lose half our steps. Let's re-roll. Corridor to try again. Cloister breaks us. Oh, we don't have 3. Chapel lets us keep going. Still have to pay the coin, but the candles are lit now, so this can't be activated anymore. Okay. Well, another bishop in here. Um, Curious about the lengths of the lines and the spacing. It matches what's behind it in the stained glass panel up top. Does it match? They're spaced weird. Very oddly. Yeah, it took a coin. I don't know where it went. The chapel always takes a coin. Um, it probably went into a brand new piggy bank that I can't access because these candles are lit now. I guess the lines of different lengths, thicknesses, and spacings are here too. Hopefully it doesn't mean anything because I don't want to have to match up all of those lines with the star map. Alright, let's go this way. What special key do I have? Silver for many doors. We could do many doors and then try and go south. That's not many doors. Maybe silver key just means Great Hall will always show up and then the other 2 are random. Hey Chad, did the locksmith have a lockpicking kit in there? I think it did. Yeah. And then you get the Great Hall, don't walk in, go back to the locksmith, buy that, come back. And I don't walk in so I don't lose a coin. That might have been a previous run. That's kind of what I was thinking too, but I'm pretty sure their assortment doesn't change. It was the same as last time. I almost went the wrong way. Hey, I got a running shoes boost. Okay, cool, lockpick. And it's 1 cheaper. If I buy a key, I don't have to pay to enter the chapel. I am cheating the system. F the church. Alright. Let's try opening all these. Nope. 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 Security's good. I don't have a gem. I should try the other doors first. I guess billiard room. This lockpick kit sucks. I picked I picked 1 of 7 doors. Ugh. Let's get our keys. Nothing back here. Nope, those are the... Okay. 20. Jesus. 1 plus 4 minus 4 is 1 times 4. Okay. 7 minus 3 is 4 times 5 is 20 divided by 2 is 10. Five minus 1 is 4 times 1 divided by 1. Secret garden key. I don't know if I even want that. Alright, whatever. Not gonna say no. Dining room lets me branch out. Dining room lets me branch out. I can pick up the lunchbox now for 10. Oh, I have to step into rank 5, but I'll get that soon. So I go this way? Yes, I go this way and try for a dead end. Storeroom. This time I'll remember. You go, Darebird. What is this? This isn't a room of the house that I am aware of. It is a good bird. Right. So we go the other way, and we're hoping to go north or a dead end. Garage is a dead end, right? It's not powered, and we didn't get security yet, did we? I passed up on that. Or the breaker room, that's what I need. Reading Nook points the right way for library, but then... yeah, we could read a book. Library's not going to be a dead end. It'll be in a dead end spot, but it won't be a dead end. There's a rook. Right, rook in the nook. Where are we? Here. Okay. I'm very much hoping for the office to show up at some point, because then I'm scrapping basically everything I'm doing and running back and doing the chess thing. Gift shop when we're gonna have... how many dead ends do we have right now? Storeroom. Nursery. Attic. Locksmith. Her ladyships. That's 5 dead ends right now, which is 25 coins. I would need 3 more dead ends for the gift shop. Is a case where this run could be amazing? Yeah. Do I pass up the ability to read a book right now to get the gift shop? And then hope that I get 14 more coins or 3 more dead ends or some combination. 13 more coins. It costs 1 less when I have the coupon book. I think I gift shop. All right. So I keep going north. I could secret garden here. What does that get me? Gets me food before I lockpick. Spread fruit throughout the house. Um, it gets me into the foundation and goes north, definitely. We can open 2 of the doors to the antechamber, but I don't think that matters. That's a weird thing to say. I think we special key here. We don't even try to lockpick it. Alright, so we've spread fruit to the courtyard and spare green room. Oh, throughout the house. It's just around. Never mind. Okay. I'm gonna keep my eyes out because... Oh, we have a shovel so we can dig. Dig up all the nothing. Alright, so... None of these have 8 bricks around the center. So I don't know that... I was hoping this would be like the hint in the classroom. We pull the lever. Do we care about the east lever? I don't know that we care about the east lever. Because I don't know if I care about getting to room 46 ever again. Unless something makes it apparent that I want to do that. I think we just move on. No reason to go to the foundation yet. We just keep going north. Utility closet's a dead end. We can... That means we only have two ways out, though. Chapel and either Great Hall or Foundation. Um, utility closet lets us. Garage, which we don't have. Basketball court, which we don't have. Dark room, which we don't have. Key cards, if we had security room, which we don't have. It gets us 5 gold eventually, but the conference room lets us explore north of the Foundation immediately. And keep going and maybe get the utility closet later. I wish I got these in the other order, though. Conference room and then secret garden, because then I could just walk back here and eat all the food. But, okay. Security door. Which is unfortunate. I really want to see what the conference notes were, but I can't get into the office safe. Also, I know the safe code is wrong. Wine cellar's a dead end. I don't care about the gym. I think I wine cellar here. I get the 3 gems. That gets us to 6 dead ends, which is 30 coins. And I can go back and eat because this is rank 8. Why is there nothing buried here? Does pink, blue, green matter? There's no blue country, so no. Does anything else in here matter? Probably not. No. Okay. So we're backtracking. So we need to be on, keep an eye out for fruit. Actually, do I go foundation and then just go here? Because if I can get a room that goes into Great Hall, it might unlock that door. The wine cellar is weird shaped and I don't know why. It is kind of off to the side, but wine cellars are typically not big rooms, so it makes sense. Kinda. Although rooms with hidden things in them do have they blank out the entire area and color it, just like this is with wine cellar. If I go to what room am I thinking of? Utility closet. Although they do that a lot. I don't know if there's a secret in pump room. There probably isn't. I don't know if there's a secret in locker room. There probably isn't. Entry definitely isn't because the window here shows the outside. I mean, there might be, but I doubt it. Bedroom closet is just supposed to be a small room, so it makes sense. But who knows? Maybe there are. I think I go through foundation. Wait, it's a security door on the other side. I can't go through foundation. Okay. Without going in, how many dig spots can I see? 0, 1, 2, Okay, at least 2, but I don't know if that makes it worth going in there yet. For no progress. So I think we don't go in there. We go down to dining room. We eat dinner. Up to billiard to Great Hall and try and go north. Stuff wild quail. I don't know that I've seen this. I have seen this. If you have a trophy room, I don't. But 20 steps is fine. Alright, we've got 6 keys. We have 7 keys. So this is the one with the lever? Yeah, because we came in this side, so this is the one with the lever. Assuming my theory is right. We don't want to go south, so I'm not going to open any of those doors. I'm guessing this is the dead end. I'm going to go here. How's my intuition? Hey. Nothing in here, though. Alright. Office. Her Ladyship's chamber. Chapel. Treasure trove. Nook. Dining room. Okay. Where's the king? There's the king. On C6. While we're here, there's an opportunity to spread money. There's a safe in here. There's a computer. There's... yep. Spread will go to the conference room. Oh, good call. It's a little out of the way. But it's not too far from the gift shop. Thank you for the reminder. I would not have remembered, honestly. That is this planet. Alright, so our date on our crest is 1213. I'm pretty sure I've tried every number I have here. 1128 for the orchard, but, you know, that one's used. The word for Swimbird, 08285. About 0885. No. Old station was floated in 1917. On March 1st. I'm all out of dates, I think. And I can do a lab experiment from here too. Spread gold in the state. Data transfers from Synca are currently not available. Okay. Staff services. Punch in out. Staff announcements. Swamp smog. Can I place a special order? Ooh. See you, Molly. Thanks for hanging out. I mean, let's order a metal detector, right? No, what do I want? I don't know what I want. Hi, Molly from the future. Tell us how the future is. Is it good? Is everything better? Um, hey, Pug, what would you do? What would you order to show up in the commissary in 1 to 3 days? I'm thinking like shovel, just so I know it'll show up, but I don't know what day it'll show up in the commissary. I don't know if I'm going to draft a commissary on that day. And if it does show up in the commissary on that day, does that mean I'm not going to find it anywhere else in the house? So if I choose shovel, I definitely won't find a shovel until I draft the commissary. Magnifying glass, hammer, or shovel. I'm thinking hammer. Because my thought is if I choose something, whatever day it gets delivered to the commissary, it will be locked out of being anywhere else. You can find them elsewhere. If you get to the commissary and somewhere else, it shows up sold out. Oh, okay. Thank you. Um, so then, yeah, the sledgehammer then, huh? Although shovel seems more useful other outside of crafting. If I'm crafting, I want the sledge definitely. If I'm just walking around the house, I want the shovel. 1 to 2 days. Sure. Cool. Um. All right. Remote terminal. Let's set up. Oh, I could do the security door thing now. Actually, instead of doing a laboratory. No, let's do laboratory. Review draft an archive floor plan, so I need to find the archive first. The next 3 times you open a locked trunk, or whenever you spend 2 or more gems drafting a room. Letter be delivered to the mailroom. Again, permanently add 1 gold to your allowance. Gain a key, gem, or die. Um, I don't know if the letters are a permanent thing, or if I'll need to draft the mailroom this run. I haven't seen any locked trunks that I haven't opened, so it's gonna be whenever I buy an expensive room, but I only have 2 gems right now, which makes me want to do gain a gem randomly, but I don't think these are happening at all. I either need the archives or need to find locked trunks or need to buy expensive rooms that I don't have gems for. This is the most likely one to happen, and it will probably only happen once. If that, I might just open 2 separate 1 gem rooms. Um, let's just do this. And sure. I don't know. This doesn't matter. Especially because I have 50 steps and I do want to. Okay, wait. How many dead ends? Six? One? Uh, 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 2, 3, 4, 5. Attic, nursery. Locksmith, her ladyship's chamber. Storeroom. I missed storeroom. And wine cellar. So I have 6, which is 30 coins. I think I opened the office door. I don't like how it lines up with chapel. This is our last space, basically. So I kind of don't want this to be a dead end. Opening a trunk and finding an allowance token would be neat. That would be neat, but I don't know. I already start the game with like 20 something coins every run. Hey, lockpick worked. We could read a book, or we could get items. I think we read a book. The Curse of Blackbridge by Redford Ewing. So Blackbridge, I know, is what we've named the our computer system, or like our remote terminal system. I haven't read the Sightseer's Guide with magnifying glass. I haven't read the Sightseer's Guide, period. Forward, the legend of Blackbridge is one that's well known to the people of the Grand Realm, for versions of this tale have been passed down from generation to generation. With each new telling, the story has changed, becoming over the years more colorful, more verbose, and, as one might expect, increasingly horrifying. However, with so many renditions and unique personal touches, the task of confining and binding this tale to text seemed an ambitious and impossible challenge. Over the course of my research, I've heard dozens of variations of the legend, and while the details would often change, I was surprised how much of the story's heart remained the same. Yet the more I listened, the clearer it became that there could never be a definitive version of this tale capable of capturing all the wonder and myth of Blackbridge. In the end, I chose to write down what felt most authentic, the story my grandmother told to me as a boy long ago. Part 1: The Berry Picker from Oris. Oris is a city in one of the regions. Probably Orindia. Orinda. How long is this? Oh my god. Okay. Uh, I'm gonna skim this and not read it out loud. Feel free to watch the VOD and read it yourself. But honestly, if you're enjoying this game this much, you should probably buy it and do it yourself too, um, or at least buy it. Give the devs some money. Uh, this book is good. Do I read it out loud? It's gonna take like a half hour. I have to read it out loud because there's no audio here. It's just gonna be me staring at the screen. It's gonna be boring. All right, all right, all right, all right. Oh, I'm reading the book anyway. It's whether I sit here and read it quickly in silence or out loud slowly. All right. Many years ago, before peace had become a familiar word, there lived a group of rogues so wayward that the locals deemed it appropriate to call their number the Unholy Hounds. They were feral outlaws composed of society's worst in a time when society was at its worst, and for each crime that fearful travelers credited to the group, a dozen more lay unclaimed, each worse than the last. For the gentry, however, who often valued their coffers more than their companions, no crime could measure more wicked than the group's primary enterprise, high road robbery. One such member of this so called band of rogues was a boy of 13 years, Jesper, who had not been lucky in his life, having lost two brothers to war and parents to famine. In the years of hunger that followed, Jesper lived in a gutter behind a churchyard, relying on the nourishment of scurrying bugs and weeds harvested from the cracks of the alleyway to sustain his pitiful existence. It's not surprising that a child aiming to escape such hardships would take any easy road out. An easy and well traveled road paved with temptations leading out of the city and into the gentry lands, where loose purse strings entwine with the strands of salvation and glisten equally with the hope of opportunity. It was this road that eventually led Jesper to the end of his youth, a hidden cave at the bottom of Blackbridge Canyon. It was here that he met his surrogate family and saviors, the notorious gang of godless outlaws known as the Unholy Hounds. Despite the hardened circumstances that had led him to this vocation of banditry, Jesper was surprisingly tender-hearted, and was often teased by the group for being too kind for such an ignoble life. For this reason, Jesper was assigned the innocent role of berry picker. It was not just innocence that set berry picking apart from the gang's more wicked undertakings, for it was the only duty performed without the safety of night's concealment. Jesper, no stranger to solitude, did not protest that he alone worked while the others slept soundly, tucked away in the cave at the bottom of Blackbridge Canyon. On one such occasion, Jesper decided to get an early start. He left the cave, berry basket in hand, and set out into the woods before morning sun had even brushed against the tallest tree tops. It was colder in the mornings, but afforded the headway dawn afforded meant Jesper could reach the furthermost berry patches without worry of being chastised for tarrying upon his return. It took over 3 hours on foot to reach his destination, and along the way, Jesper had passed by many a familiar bush, all priorly pillaged and so bereft of berries that one would have to dedicate several moments in earnest examination before finding a single one. Jesper was patient, but even his patience has limits. He was confident that even accounting for the time he lost to his long stretch of travel, his efforts would be well worth the pains. Surveying the patches in this new grove surprised even Jesper. The red dots suspended among the leaves seemed as numerous as stars in the skies. Upon seeing such a bounteous sight, he clutched his berry basket tightly and nearly toppled over out of joy. Once he had regained his senses, Jesper quickly made a decision. He would not reveal the location of this newfound treasure. Instead, he would earn the respect of his confederates who, upon seeing his yield, might attribute the success to hard work. Smiling at his plan, Jesper set off to fill his basket and was making steady strides in this task when the sound of thundering hooves interrupted him. Oh, shouldn't have been picking those berries, huh? One sec, I'm just looking for clues. Our boy Jace here picking the wrong berries. Alright. A carriage. A carriage is approaching. The thought of it made Jesper freeze. Had he been so enchanted by his discovery that he had neglected to observe his surroundings? How could a roadway be so close? He ducked down and crept toward the impending sound, hiding behind one of the larger bushes nearby. It was only a moment more before the sound's source revealed itself. Within 50 paces of where Jesper hid, an elegant carriage with gold trim came soaring around a corner of trees, led by two beautiful white horses and conveyed by a stern-looking driver seated atop the vehicle, flaunting the most sophisticated regalia Jesper had ever seen. It was not just any carriage, it was a royal carriage. Even without ever having witnessed such a sight before, Jesper was certain. The sight had so transfixed Jesper that he stood awestruck, unable to tear away as the carriage approached. The little concealment the bush provided was soon proven unequal to the driver's lofty perch, and upon spotting the boy, he pulled the reins with such effect that the noble steed slid to a sudden halt with precise control. "You, boy, get out from behind that bush," he shouted with a rigidity that betrayed a modest amount of fear. "You startle me half to death, coming around the bend of my own drive and seeing such an unfamiliar face in a place where there ought not be any face." Jasper quickly contemplated running. The man was much older, and his dress was suitable for courtly behavior, not dashing through the bramble and mud. I I was picking berries." Jesper raised the half-filled basket to allow the driver to see the proof of his words. The demeanor of the man suddenly changed. It was a change that Jesper was familiar with. He had many times seen the same stern expressions on the most fiendish bandits melt away when presented with a berry basket. Any suspicions that the driver might have had instantly evaporated, for even the notion of a member of the unholy hounds picking berries seemed farcical. The softened expression even made allowances for a smile. "Berries, eh? Say, you couldn't have picked a better spot for them, could you? I used to pick berries here as a boy." Jesper took his cue to finally step forward out from behind the bush, proudly brandishing his basket. I know, and what luck I found them. I've only just begun picking, and look how many I have. It would have taken me fourfold the time back home to procure this number. The driver bent down for a closer look. And where is your home, boy? It must be quite far? Jesper replied with a scripted response. Little south of Tanner Fork, just past the burnt woods. My God, that is far. You couldn't have come all that way this morning. It was true, Tanner Fork was in the exact opposite direction that Jesper had traveled, and while that response would seem perfectly reasonable in a location closer to Blackbridge Canyon, he could see why it might seem less believable here. Sir, I've traveled much farther for much less profit. I dare say there's no distance yet made by man that would be not worth undertaking for such a prize as these. Surely you have tasted them for yourself. Jesper felt happier with this response as it seemed to amplify the man's smile. In my youth, often, but perhaps I took it for granted because I never had to travel very far. And even then, my father would always drive us here in our carriage, so I'm ashamed I never had to walk such a stretch to earn an equal reward. It was Jesper's time to smile. Then let my efforts reward us both today. He raised the basket even higher. A taste and memory of your youth, sir. The driver chuckled and removed one glove, bending over the seat to reach down to the basket. And at the moment his fingers touched the first berry, the dagger in turn met his throat, cutting through a superficial layer of skin and drawing blood. Jesper caught the man's startled eyes. And for that taste I will have your purse, sir, in memory of my youth. The driver's arm had gone stiff, his chin raised and trembling, more frightened than he had ever been before. Whether unable or incapable of speaking, he did not respond to the boy. Perhaps he did not think his jaw could afford to be engaged at this particular time. Jesper let the basket drop, freeing his other hand to probe the man's pockets. Do not mistake me, sir. I will not kill you if you do not give me no Do not mistake me, sir. I will not kill you if you give me no cause. Though I will admit, the thought of taking your carriage and leaving you the indignity of walking appeals to me. Unable to find a purse in the man's coat, Jesper pivoted to search the seat under him. Why have you no purse upon your person? The driver slowly raised his hand cautiously, pointing towards the carriage door behind him. Jesper lowered the knife's edge a small degree to allow the man to speak, which he did in turn softly. There's a lockbox in the carriage. Well, come down then and grant me the courtesy of sparing your life and binding your hands, a concession I assure you of my tender heart, for it would be much easier to slit your throat. The man started to comply, slowly lowering himself from the driver's seat of the carriage. Once down, Jesper guided him away from the carriage to a nearby tree, where he instructed him to get on his knees and put his hands behind his back. Excusing his inexperience, the man indulged Jesper while he figured out how to adequately bind him. The smile and kindness Jesper had seen on the man's face, now nothing more than a distant memory. In their place, cold, dark eyes displaying no emotion. I wonder, should I grant you the same clemency you're showing me? Jesper stopped, surprised by the question. Oh, sorry. This is a question from the man. I wonder, should I grant you the same clemency you're showing me? Jesper stopped, surprised by the question, but ignored it, secured the final bindings, and then hastily returned to the carriage. With one hand on the door's handle, he turned back to the man. If there is no lockbox, there will be no clemency. Inside, the carriage was surprisingly dusty and unswept, a stark contrast to the elegant and polished golden facade of the exterior. It had apparently been many years since a passenger had enjoyed passage in this vehicle. This all but confirmed what Jesper had suspected. The driver of this carriage was not a liveried servant in the employ of some greater master. Any curiosity that this observation might have further produced was quickly abandoned upon seeing what rested under the carriage's back seat, a large wooden lockbox. Despite its hefty appearance, the box was surprisingly easily. One second. Despite its hefty appearance, the box was surprisingly easy to handle. Within a few minutes, Jesper had dislodged it from its hold and carried it out into the sunlight. Inspecting the box carefully, two observations were made. Totemic symbols found carved on all four sides of the box hinted that the box was very old and likely not created by Orindian hands. It reminded him of artifacts from the old world and was presumably crafted in one of the ancient realms. Secondly, the box was secured by a rusted yet robust padlock and would not open easily without a key. Jesper looked over to see the driver quietly observing from his indentured position. Do you perhaps have a key you can provide me to open this box? Without emotion, the driver replied, There is no key to open. There is no key to that box. Jesper stood up. Easy enough, then. He headed over to a nearby rock of sizable dimensions and lifted the stone up, carrying it back to the box. If there was ever a time when the lock had been resistant to brute force, it wasn't recent. With one hit, the stone had completely shattered the rusted lock. He bent back down and opened the lid. Inside was an effigy, a crude figure chiseled from stone. Without too much deliberation, Jesper bent down and picked it up, somewhat surprised how heavy it seemed, given how light the box had felt. Having expected to find something more akin to gold or gems, he looked questioningly to the man, hoping to find an explanation. The driver's smile had once again returned. You are cursed, boy, for deadly is the stone. You have opened that which should never have been opened, and you are cursed. Jesper carried the effigy over to the man and shoved it in front of his face. What is it? That's one. Feeling his disappointment rising to anger now, Jesper tightened his grip on the effigy. One what, you mumbling Agentor? And in God's name, why have you no purse upon your person? The man did not seem intimidated. 1 pace. He paused for effect. 12 more and you will be dead. He only had a second to flinch before the effigy struck him in the head and put an end to his cryptic ramblings. If there was ever a time when the old man had been resistant to brute force, it wasn't recent. Jesper looked down at the sculpted stone figure, now splattered red. Was it cursed? Was he cursed? He had, of course, heard stories of curses and had never doubted the validity in the past. But now that he was standing face to face with the possibility of being cursed, his mind pleaded with him to be skeptical. And what and if he was cursed, what difference would the knowledge make? A dozen more paces would not be enough to find another living soul, to say nothing of the chances of procuring a remedy. If he did not move from where he is or from where he now stood, he could live maybe another 3 or 4 days, maybe more given the abundance of nearby berries. A plan that, if we ignore its obvious faults, might provide additional opportunities for help to come along. But what good would that do? To be discovered here, beside a body, stolen goods in hand, bloated from berries, and raving about a curse that could very well not be real. No, it would most certainly be better to face one's fate now, take a dozen paces, and see if life goes on. But Jesper found his legs unable to make that first step. His mind was unable to convince his limb to waste away 1/12 of his life in a single motion. Feeling the desperation sink in, he hopelessly looked about him for a solution, and if, by some stroke of luck, the gods had heard his plea, a miracle materialized before him, as if he found himself suddenly at the end of a fairy tale. 2 white horses and a carriage of golden trim were beside him, the answer to his immediate prayers. He laughed at his fortune and calculated the short number of paces back to the road. 4. Perhaps only 3 if he jumped. He made a quick survey to see if there was anything he wished to grab before taking the plunge. He thought about removing the driver's fancy coat, as that appeared to be of some value, but the additional risk of undertaking such a task too great to chance. And so, after a profound breath, he took his second, third, and fourth steps, though they were quite large. Seated now behind the horses, he reached for the reins and suddenly realized that he was still gripping the effigy. If the curse was real, then it would most certainly be better left here. If, on the other hand, the story was fictitious, there might be some appraisal that can be made of the figure. It was, after all, found within a lockbox, whose typical function oft secures objects of value. Having witnessed firsthand the horrors of destitution, Jesper found his mind equally reluctant to allow his hand to let go. If it is cursed, I die. If not today, then tomorrow. And if I die, what care have I? And with that statement said aloud, to the horses seemingly, Jesper took up the reins with confidence. Just gonna take a quick look here. I'm betting these are all illustrations and that everything I need to know is within the book. Part 2, Below the Black Bridge. Miller awoke to some light nudging from a familiar foot. Only one person would have the cheek to awaken her in such an ill-mannered fashion. Personally, I take my chances with the berry bush. Yeah. Sorry, I'll start again. Miller awoke to some light nudging from a familiar foot. Only one person would have the cheek to awaken her in such ill-mannered fashion. Shaking the sleep from her eyes, she glared up at him in the darkness, but did not say a word. He nudged her again, teasingly, then stepped back into the dim. After taking a moment for her eyes to adjust to the darkness of the cave, Miller remembered. She was on third watch today. Quietly collecting her things and wits, Miller turned as she left, waving to her young friend, who was more than likely already asleep. She crept through the cavern's main passage, careful not to wake the sleeping bandits around her. Like a hero in a book, she often mused. Quietly, she grabbed a bow from the haphazardly formed pile of weapons, shaking the accompanying quiver. In the darkness, one moment. Sometimes my throat just decides to be super dry for no reason. All right. Quietly, she grabbed a bow from the haphazardly formed pile of weapons, shaking the accompanying quiver in the darkness to assess how many arrows it held. She then walked toward the sun drenched mouth of the cavern, ready to start her shift. Above her, in one of the few trees found in the canyon. Hey, I'm going to take a short break. I'll be right back in like a minute or two. All right, I'm back, and I have a cough drop now, and another one just in case. So, where were we? Miller grabbed the arrows. Okay. Above her, in one of the few trees found in the canyon, Miller could see that Ravia was already posted. She weaved and Ravia waved. She waved and Ravia waved back. Calling out to each other was strictly forbidden. Anything louder than a gesture in the canyon was forbidden. When Miller reached the tree, Ravia lowered a braided rope and pointed to the ground below her. Miller turned, following the finger, and saw a pail of water resting beside a nearby log. She turned back to Ravia, nodded, and secured the pail to the rope. The pail went up first, and in turn Miller followed. Ravia reached across to grab the water. Miller leaned back to give her space. There was not much room for maneuvering in this tree post, a necessary concession for the concealment the outpost demanded. Ravia tilted the pail up to her mouth dramatically, illustrating how thirsty she'd been. Miller laughed silently as water poured out, splashing onto Ravia's face. It was a bit too daring and noisy of a joke, and had the others been around, they would have certainly been scolded for the unwarranted sound. But Miller approached the efforts of Ravia. But Miller appreciated the efforts Ravia took to verbalize the silence of the morning. They had been on third watch together for over a month, and during that speechless time their friendship had grown into something special. Affection was unsurprisingly scarce among the unholy hounds. She had felt camaraderie before, of course, but intimacy never. From their elevated vantage, the girls could see both the concealed entrance of the cavern as well as a clear view of the bridge that spanned across the canyon. Black Bridge was the link between the Gentry lands and the northern mountains, the overpass that connected Oris to Reddington. To the city-faring travelers of the realm, the bridge was an unavoidable crossing. In the day, the task was to ensure that travelers passed by without stopping. At night, the task was to ensure that they do. Like most of her band, Miller preferred the night. The biting glare of the sun might be tolerable to farmhands and bricklayers, but to a cavern-housed bandit, it was a source of constant annoyance. In the day, there was no shroud to conceal her expressions, nor to hide her thoughts. She felt exposed. Ravia touched her elbow and pointed up. Miller, striving to suppress a budding smile, subtly shook her head in response. There were many signs that the unholy hounds used in lieu of words, but the two of them had developed an extended vocabulary. Gestures quietly forged in the shared solitude of their month among the branches. She watched as Ravia shifted, placing her palms flat on the floorboards beneath them. Miller knew what she was trying to say, but shook her head a second time. It was often more fun to pretend not to understand. Ravia rolled her eyes and turned away, looking back to the canyon. Squinting through the leaves, the two girls held still, watching and listening. It was not long until Miller, too, heard the sounds of an approach. Ravia held up two bent fingers, and a few moments later, two men emerged from the bridge's southern end. They were dressed in a familiar uniform, long gray coats with black facings, white waistcoats, and black tricorn hats. They belonged to the local patrol, the Black Guard. Although not an everyday occurrence, their presence at Black Bridge wasn't an unusual sight. It typically indicated an important traveler's impending passage across the bridge, information that the girls would promptly relay to their leaders as soon as the coast was clear. But this report, while exciting, was rarely acted upon. In Miller's 5 years in the Unholy Hounds, she had never once seen a carriage taken in open daylight when the Blackguard was nearby. The men had nearly reached the bridge's north end when Miller heard the horses, faintly at first, but growing louder with each passing moment. Ravia's eyes met Miller's, the same concern mirrored in each other's expression. This did not sound like the typical carriage, cautiously approaching the bridge to cross. Instead of the familiar crunch of the high road's gravel, they heard the harsh clattering of hoof beats against stone. Both girls quickly redirected their attention downwards, looking through the foliage. The sounds were not coming from the high road, but from the canyon itself. The horses were coming from below the bridge. In an instant, Miller had knocked an arrow and drawn her bow. Ravia was gone before the whisper had even left Miller's mouth. The young scout was already sliding down the bank below, racing toward the cave. There was no road that ran below the canyon. There was no reason for numerous horses to be approaching their cave. There was only one reasonable conclusion, and both girls had reached it instantly. The base had been compromised. This was a blackguard attack. The moment the horses came into view, Miller let loose her first arrow. She was surprised to see a carriage. She had expected cavalry. Below is in italics, but that's irrelevant now, I think. So is go. That's because it's a whisper, I guess. Um, there are other. They do is italicized here, so I'm not sure that it matters in this book. I think it was just in the handwritten notes. But good catch. Where was I? Right, because this wasn't on the estate. The moment the horses came into view, Miller let loose her first arrow. She was surprised to see a carriage. She had expected cavalry. Before she even finished processing that thought, her second arrow was in the air. Without a trail, it would be unthinkable for a carriage to traverse through rough terrain, yet she watched as the wheels jolted over the rocky riverbed. A third arrow was now in flight, and there would be no need for a fourth. The driver slumped over just moments before the vehicle dipped into a small ditch, slamming into an embankment. The force of this sudden halt immediately shattered the front two wheels and catapulted the driver from his seat. Utterly confused now, Miller quickly glanced over her shoulder to see if any horses were also approaching from the rear. Down in the canyon, the entire horde of the unholy hounds came spilling forth from the earth as if hell itself had suddenly sprung open. The group seemed even more bewildered than Melder, half asleep and tripping over one another in a desperate attempt to engage an unseen enemy in combat. Miller could see Ravia among their number, the only one looking up at her. Her expression was chilling. There would be no need for a silent gesture to convey what they both now realized. They had made a mistake. The gang's chieftain, Jeffrey Heartslasher, led the others cautiously approaching the crashed carriage like a suspicious fox would near a baited trap. There were no words exchanged as the group crept forward in customary silence. A dozen or so paces in front of the wreckage lay the far-flung driver, an arrow protruding from his broken body, and beside him a blood-stained effigy carved from stone. Miller was inconsolable. Jesper had always been her favorite. He'd always shadowed her in the night, clinging to the hems of her every move, the way a child trails behind an older sibling. Tender-hearted, uh, tender-hearted, she had always called him, though deep down she had known that wasn't quite true. His appearance of gentleness concealed a raw, resilient durability that emerged in the most perilous of situations. He had been a flower among the nettles of this cave, but he still had thorns, honed by a grim past and 100 hands of misfortune. They buried him in the darkness, in the back of one of the larger cavern rooms. He was interred with a berry basket and a silk handkerchief that he had treasured. The mysterious effigy they had found beside him served as a distinguished gravestone, a marker that stood out somewhat special among the rows of similar swords marking neighboring plots. No one spoke, not even in whispers. There was nothing to say. Miller awoke the next day to a thunderous shaking and rattling of the earth, a far cry from the playful nudging of the previous day. She strained to adjust her eyes, but the choking sting of stirred up dust caused her to flinch. Panic was also in the air. The sounds of scurried footsteps and clattering feet filled the space around her, but even in alarm, the silence was louder. What was it that sounded so strange? Miller closed her eyes tight and used her feet to guide her along the passage. The whispers around her were getting louder, and intense voices could be heard ahead, louder speech than she had ever heard spoken in the canyon. A growing dread grew as Miller approached the mouth of the cave. Her eyes now opened wide despite the dust. Shouldn't it be day? Miller felt a hand in the darkness pulling at her. It was Ravia. The two embraced, and Miller did not need to see her to understand. Ravia placed two bent fingers against Miller's cheek, and with that touch against her face, Miller felt the same sinking feeling from the previous day. Two bent fingers confirmed what Miller had suspected. The girls had forgotten to relay one critical piece of information to the others. An hour or so later, the screams began. Blood-curdling cries of hopeless desperation. Captain Fordrick Lee of the Blackguard looked down from the ridge of the canyon to the collapsed entrance of the cave. Ah, he grinned. Now they speak. God, that was dark. The whole book, did I miss anything? That's it. 13 paces. Blackbridge is the computer system in the cave because we're keeping quiet about everything so the Red Guard doesn't hear us and doesn't suspect anything. Um, yeah, 13 steps, huh? All right. Um, so what the hell are we doing? Dead ends for the tomb. We have 6 dead ends. We're looking for a 7th, possibly an 8th. Money has been spent to the conference room, and we don't know how much yet. Um, we want to go to the gift shop with 40. And that was it. The fuck? Eat? Well, we learned about a new room. I've never seen this before. Costs 5 gems. That's bullshit. Um, we have no need for the bookshop unless we can figure out if this is a thing or if this is a puzzle. Like, who knows? Gallery's the only one we can choose then. Roommate's not a dead end. Roommate turns to the right. So that doesn't even help. All right, I think we get gallery. And. Oh, good, it's solved already. 2 gems. And the room 8 key and 4 coins. Okay. So 1 dead end gets us enough. Oh, wait. We have the coin purse. If in the tomb the coins are in groups of 5, then every group is going to get a 6 coins. So we're going to have 36 plus the 7 we have. We're set. And I have plenty of steps. Let's just go. We can see the electrical aquarium, or we can get one of these dead ends. I mean, this gives us 2 directions, so we can have 2 more dead ends. What does walk-in closet get us? 3 gems. Let's take the aquarium. It's a bedroom, so we get 5 steps. Do we get anything else special? I don't think so. It's a green room. No, we don't care. Right, it's just powered. You two doing okay? Cool. Just gonna dig right here. Find a turnip. Find a compass. I don't know that I care about north-facing rooms. Let's go dead end. Special key would be key 8, which would make it turn north into the south exit, which I don't... Let's just lockpick it. No? Let's just key. Gym is powered. What does that mean? Gym's not on here. Oh, the line doesn't go up to it. It's just bright. I thought it was actually powered. No, there's no power line to it. Guest bedroom is a dead end, gives it a whole bunch of steps. And then gives us more steps for being a bedroom. And a gem. Hey, Pug, thanks for gifting that sub. Appreciate that. Can't pick this lock either. Do I just choose door 8 here and then try and go south? Oh, I could solve the puzzle again. But no thanks. Workshop. I could build. I have the hammer, I have the broken lever, I have battery. I can build the power hammer. I can smash in the... Oh, the secret garden was already open. The chess room. That's what I needed it for. I just take the workshop, right? What else can I do? I have a compass. I can make a dowsing rod or an electromagnet. Those need... Really need. Dowsing needs the shovel, so I could do that. Electromagnet needs the battery, but I'm going to use that for the power hammer, so I can't do that. I have the coin purse, I don't have the rabbit's foot, so I can't do the lucky purse. The rabbit's foot is in... Oh, sorry, I got quieter. If I'm not getting into the antechamber... What? And I just make the workshop, and then I'll figure out what I'm doing while I'm in here. Picking up this metal detector. It's just sitting here. Alright, so I need lever and hammer and battery. I can do coupon book and probably nothing. Yeah, I'm just gonna go through. Shovel and compass for dowsing rod. Shovel and metal detector for detector shovel. Compass and nothing else. Coin person, nothing. Magnifying and metal detector for burning glass, which I can use to light the candles. Which candles? What candles do I... Where's my note? Candles in the tomb. I could do that now. We do that. We obviously do that. We could do detector shovel, but I think I want to keep the shovel. Oh no, it's dowsing rod. It's not detector shovel. Yeah, that's it. Okay, so now we have to do the chess puzzle. We have to smash the wall in the room of the chess puzzle, hopefully. We have to go to the tomb and pick up all the gold. Alright, let's go south. I want a dead end. Laundry room. I haven't been in the ballroom yet, though, right? I haven't been in the ballroom. Because that's the room with the grand piano. Maybe I have been in the ballroom and don't remember. Ballroom costs 2 gems, but then I'm going to set my gems to 2 anyway. Let's just do that. It's a new room. Maybe. I don't remember. Music sheets 6 and 7. It's a new room. So I already solved this puzzle. So this isn't important, but I want to do it. Bold words are true. First words on the sheets are true message. Great. Find among the white trees under 2 stones. Great. Did all that. Thank you. Clara and Simon in Eclipse Ball, 1952. That is a safe date. That is absolutely a code. 1000%. There's no way that's not a code. Dates. I don't know which safe that's going to be for. It's definitely one of them. The absolutely horrendous, not up to code chandelier in this room. That's fine. I mean, it being suspended from a glass ceiling is probably terrible, but you know, maybe every single piece of this is super hollow and it's just made out of anodized aluminum and like plexiglass or something like super light. I don't know. Maybe Orinda was way into making alloys. In 1952. The chandelier's not here in 1952. Don't worry about that. Also, maybe. This isn't Earth. We don't know what their timeline is. Their primary method of travel was trains. Master bedroom, and then I can walk out and in and get 2 gems back. Utility closet lets me turn off the power in the conference, or turn off the power to the security doors. I could go back to the office. No, I did a laboratory experiment. I can't get into the security. Does utility closet do anything for me? I don't think it does. I think it's master bedroom because it gets me a whole bunch of steps. I don't have to worry about running out of steps while I'm doing other stuff. And it's nice to have the master bedroom and her ladyship's chamber and the office in one building. Do that. I hope this is just like a joke and that there's not more meaning into this. Because, like, I never intended to finish writing this letter and then letter is cut off. Uncle Herbert, are you just being a dingus? Probably. I used the magnifying glass to make the burning thing. I can't read this. God damn it. Oh, wait, no, I did read this. They made me change the ending or something. And this is the this is the printed book. Yeah, so it has. Okay. Cool swords. This one is unfeasible. It says anime protagonist sword. Or RPG protagonist sword, rather. There's nothing in here. Oh well. Let's get 2 gems by walking into this room. And we go out to the tomb. We pick up as much gold as we can. We look for food on the way back because there's food scattered through here. We get all the gold from the tomb. We light the torches, see what happens. Then we come back into the house. Maybe through the foundation if that's easy. I'm not sure. But we might just go. No, wait. Do we go into the house first? Gift shop, conference room. I don't know. Because we have other things to do. We have to go to the chess room. Yeah, I've got the power hammer. So what order do I want to do things? Because I've got 3 things to do. Go to the tomb, get money. Go to the tomb and light the torches and do however much that is. Go to the tomb, get money. Go to the conference shop, get money. Go to the gift shop, buy a thing. Go to the chess room, solve the chess puzzle. Do that thing. Go to the chess room, break the wall down maybe? If that's not dynamite. I think that's going to end up being dynamite needed. I also have 100 steps in running shoes. Yeah. I gotta apologize. I gotta take another break again. I didn't go to the bathroom when I got the cough drops. I need to go to the bathroom again. I'll be right back in like a minute. I'm gonna be as fast as I can. Be right back. All right, I'm back. And it occurs to me that I shouldn't feel bad about taking so many breaks because it's been 4.5 hours since I started streaming. So 3 breaks is nothing. All right, so we have. I know we have 100 steps and the running shoes, but I don't want to run out of steps anyway. I think. I think we go to the tomb and light the candles and pick up money while we're there. Then we. From the tomb, the chess room isn't that far away. And then we come back up into the house, do the conference room and gift shop. That makes the most sense to me. In the ballroom. Crafted everything I can craft, or everything that's useful. I don't need to solve this. What's up, fish? Gallery, library, office. Do I go down through the foundation? What way? No, I need to go to the tomb, so I need to go outside. Library, office, great hall, billiard room, dining room. Wait, no. Gallery, library, office, great hall, chapel, corridor, passageway, den, spare bed. Okay. and look for food on the way down. So it's library, office, south. Every time I go over, I go south. So office, chapel, den. Hey, there's a safe here, and I just got a code. This doesn't feel like it'd be for this safe. Yeah, I didn't think so. Okay. I got keys. I could open these doors, but I don't know why I would want to. There's a banana. I We're gonna do that when we go up to gift shop. We're gonna do it right before gift shop. Either going past the gift shop to go to conference room, or from foundation going up and then down. But there's no reason to. I don't know of any reason to go to the gift shop before that, or before the conference room before that point. Another banana. To the tomb. So there should be 35 gold. Right? Wine cellar, guest bedroom, master bedroom. Storeroom, relationships chamber, locksmith, attic, nursery. That's 8. So that's 40 coins. Plus coin purse. So we'll have plenty of money. Oh, we can dig too. Hey, coins. I don't know that we're going to get up to 110. That'd be cool. But where would they spread all these coins? I assume to the tombs. Oh, some here. Okay. Can't light these candles. So this might be something that's important. Okay. These are in stacks of 4, 5. Okay, whatever. That was a stack of 5, even though it looked like 4, right? Because I'm at 15. That goes to 20, and then plus 2. So this will go... Yeah, these are stacks of 5. So that was 5 stacks. There should be 3 more. The tomb has 2 separate red ruby candles. Or places for candles. It's... There's the one at the start, and then one deeper in. Like one of these alcoves. Somewhere. Right here. An ordinary key. I haven't been looking at the ground as much. I don't know if there's more dig spots that I missed. I'm only noticing that we got music again. I only noticed 5 piles of gold. I wonder if that's the only place to spread gold, so you only get 5 at a time. So I should have come down here multiple times. I mean, I have 42, but it's not all of it. It should have been more. So unless there's somewhere else it spread to. Yeah, kinda. Like, it should have been 8 piles of 5. But it was only 5 piles of 5. Oh, you're right. Because it's spread 5 in the tomb, and then I drafted the conference room, and then wine cellar, guest bedroom, master bedroom. Those 3 went to the conference room. There's going to be 3 things of money there. What else did I spread? I also spread money from the office into there too. Okay. Thank you, Puck. All right, let's open up some secrets. If you want to, I don't know if you care about, I mean, you're watching, so you don't care about spoilers, but if you did, I could vocalize when I'm done looking in here. This is her key. We have another thing to do. We found Lady Epson's tomb. This is not in English. Horace Navarre. It ends in... Oh, okay. Am I gonna have to write this all down? Am I gonna have to translate a language for this game? This is not the game that I would expect to have to translate a language. I could rattle off half a dozen other puzzle games where there's a hidden language that you have to translate, and I love all of those games. I did not expect it from Blueprints. Orel Dajaris. Dajiris. Uleldau, Uleldnai, Uleldmora. Urlel Gift, Eldu Oris. Narau, Udaral. Neridau El Daralu, Ajelbid, Lead Eldor, Uldoris, House Sinclair, Lo How Epson Lu, Forge or Forget, Wooden Inn, Uljor Jerry, Ulderai Oris Fenro, Ulden Jodoro, Ovraja, Oris Navarre, Lorja Eldris, Uljora. Sinclair and Epson. HEW is probably like a title. Or is Lou at the end a title? Lou might be a title. Alright, I'm not going to write this down. In the event that this becomes important, I will look back at the pod. We have a pink puzzle box with 2 shades of pink. Dark pink is the one that matters. Rotate around the outside. Okay, so we have a theory. An almost baseless theory that movement has something to do with the type of transportation. Pink, this isn't pink, this is violet, this is a Raja. But pink is moving around in a circle. Purple seems to move down. Let's reset. Yeah, purple just seems to move down. We already have trains, roads, and we think naval. And we think aviation for archeries. We only have seven ways of movement total. So there might be another one, or there might be shared. This is for a Raja. I'm probably gonna have to read the history book, first edition, in order to figure out more about this stuff and start making assumptions. Anyway, that's easy. Okay, so I want to track which candles are lit out of all 16. I don't think I have anything for the tomb already. I'm gonna do it here. So I'm gonna draw a grid of 4x4. And then we know this is lit, which I'm gonna do open flame. I have no idea if I'll need this, where I'll need it, etc. There are no unlit candles here. Anything else in here? I don't think so. Right, the other one was back at the entrance, but there were two more 4x4 arrays of candles. One was tipped over, but it still might give us some information. Oh, wait. This one has these lit and these out. It still has the same array of candles. I wonder if I can snuff the candles in the other one. And if I snuff just those 3 candles, if something happens. Because I can't light these. And then the tipped over one is here and has just these 2. They're snuffed. Alright, keeping in mind that Her Ladyship's tomb is already in a secret room, is there a further secret beyond this room? I cannot snuff these candles. Okay. I have no idea what to do with that. Let's go light the other ruby candles. We got an upgrade disc. So I need to stop by the office. We got 4 reroll dice, which are not relevant. Was there anything else in the tomb I cared about? I don't think so. I think we go outstairs and we take the elevator down. Well, let's see. We're in the tomb. Plus 1 step to the catacombs, plus 1 step to the abandoned mine, plus 1 step to the precipice, plus 1 step to the chest room. So that's 4 steps to the chest room. We're in the tomb, plus 1 step to West Gardens, plus 1 step to grounds. Elevator down to precipice into chest room. It's the same distance, but then if I take the elevator down there, I can take the elevator up and it'll be shorter instead of having to walk all the way back through the tomb. So yeah, we go back upstairs. You know what? The bridge isn't here unless I come from that side. Damn it. What? Huh. I have a thought. I've seen incomplete letter patterns in the cloister. CXET. That's all I know. So um okay. So that might be a thing that I need to know about at some point. Real reason I came here. Where's my guide? There we go. King was on c6. Queen was on a2. The rook was on a4. The knight was on a3. The bishop on b1. And one of the pawns on c3. Okay. I was not expecting this. Alright. I'll choose a piece then. Ambition of the pawn. When you reach rank 8 each day, you may choose knight, bishop, rook, or queen you promote to a piece. Gain the power of that piece until the end of the day. Okay. You choose anything but king. Yeah, you just promote. Mantle of the Knight. Add the armory to your draft pool. Okay. Gambit of the Queen. Each time you draft a room on the queen side, west wing of your house, the queen side, of course, lose 5 steps and gain a key each time you draft a room on the west wing. So I'm going to need way more steps, but I'm going to get way more keys. Banner of the King. Each day you may choose a color. Rooms of the chosen color are more likely to be drawn while drafting. Piety of the Bishop. You do not have to pay tithes. I'm glad I smashed the thing. Instead, gain 30 coins the first time you enter chapel each day with this power. Wow, okay. That's a lot of money. Resilience of the Rook. You may draw floor plans up to 4 times when drafting the 4 corner rooms of your house. Wow, I basically just get to choose what the corner rooms are. Okay. Pawn lets me do everything except those colors are more likely. I don't know that I care if a single color is more likely. Right? I can't get them all in frame. There. I think I choose pawn. Getting to rank 8 is not especially tough for me. Um It does mean that I'll still pay money for the chapel if I find it before room 8, or if I draft it before room 8, rank 8. Um, it means my bottom corners I actively don't want to draft until after hitting rank 8, which is probably bad. It means my top corners are going to be great, though, if I choose to do that. I don't know that I want queen at all. Lose a bunch of steps, but gain a key from the west side. So I don't want that. The knight adds the armor to the draft. That is a permanent addition to the draft pool. I don't know what the armory is. I don't have it here, right? I assume it'd be found floor plans. Or maybe studio editions. Um There's still one blue room I haven't been in, and one shop I haven't been in. Okay, so then my next question is, can I solve this puzzle again on another day and get a different power, or like change my power? Or is this going to be locked in forever? This is probably going to be locked in forever. If I don't I have no idea what the armory is. It's gold here. Is it the missing? It's probably not the missing shop. It's probably an extra shop. What would you be able to buy at the armory? Like weapons and armor, and what purpose would I have for those? I don't need a sword. I don't need a chest plate. Is there going to be combat in this game? Um, so the armory is going to be. I don't know what type of shop it's going to be. It'll be interesting no matter what. And then I don't know if I don't know if I'm going to want to see it more than once or twice. Or, it might be great and I might want it every time. So if I take pawn, I'm making a whole lot of arguments for why I should be taking pawn instead of any others. If I take pawn, I can choose knight on a run. On a run where I rush to rank 8. And then open a whole bunch of rooms and find the armory, hopefully. I actively actively don't want queen, so it doesn't matter. King is the only reason not to choose pawn, is to choose king instead, I think. And I don't know I don't know why I would want king. Chapel is going to be for money, or bishop is going to be for money runs. Um, gain 30 the first time you enter chapel each day with this power. So even if I take pawn, it seems like the way this is worded is if I draw a chapel early, I pay coins every time I go through it because I'm just a pawn. I promote to bishop, I come back to the chapel and get 30 coins. Because it's the first time I've had this. Or is it this power is the first time you enter the chapel each day, you get 30 coins, and then I've already entered the chapel, so I don't get the benefit. So there's a chance that I'm misunderstanding how this works, and it will have to be the first time I enter, whether I'm a bishop or not. Resilience of the rook. This does mean that rank 9 corners are going to be amazing if I choose pawn, because then I can just promote to rook and say I'm going for corners today. And then I can just choose, if I'm going for corners, I can choose to not do the early corners. Pawn makes me want to rush to 8 and then come back and do everything else. Whereas if I just take rook, then I can get. What are my corner rooms? Here. Conservatory. If I'm just going for the conservatory or something else that appears in corners, I don't have anything else written down. Um, Sorry, I'm writing candles in tomb, and I guess there's no other puzzle. Um, if I just choose rook instead of pawn, I can I can get conservatory way more often. I can start massively manipulating the rarity of the rooms and throw things in my favor. Is there a case where I could draft a non-corner, non-dead end in the corner? You mean like a T-shaped room? You know, I don't know that it's ever given me one of those as an option. I don't know that those are options in that room. Now that I think about it, I don't know that four-way rooms have ever been available on the east or west sides. Huh, I never thought about that. That is worth considering, but I don't know that it sways me from taking pawn. I think pawn is just the best power here. It's going to take a long while to be able to choose, but then I get to choose from the three abilities I want. The three abilities I want were queen. So the only argument against pawn is king. Each day you may choose a color. I'm assuming that blue is part of those colors and not just the six room color. I don't know if black counts. I don't know if blue counts. But definitely green, red, gold, orange, and purple count. Rooms of the chosen color are more likely to be drawn while drafting. So, if in order to open the Thin Ares door, I need to see a whole bunch of red rooms, this will let me do that. Or if, now that I think about it, I haven't associated the kingdoms with what color their rooms are yet. For example, nuance is green. Does that mean that it's nature focused, or is that just um, a coincidence, basically? Like, Fen Ares is red, and the red rooms are all aggressive, militaristic. Not actually militaristic, but you know what I mean. Um, Arinda Ares, all the black rooms are like mysterious in a way, and that kind of fits with Arinda. It doesn't exactly help me figure anything out, but you know. Arch Ares is yellow. Does that mean Arch Ares was a heavily commercial? Um, we have industrialism mode. Araja is the bedrooms. Does that mean academic or poetic? Costa is orange. Uh, do they have a lot of hallways? I don't know that the room colors necessarily always fit. It it might just be that a specific room in that color might be suitable, which is I'm basing that off of her ladyship's chamber being, you know, the big purple room, and purple is the color of Araja. Um, the foyer here could be the big room for Kororika, but I kinda doubt it. Green room, nuance. Is it the morning room? Is it the green? Like, I don't have necessarily. I don't know what this shop is, so I don't know. Did the book, the history book, did it mention that Arch Aries was like a big commercial? No, Orinda Aries was all the traders, right? Yeah. Hmm. Maybe it doesn't fit. I don't know. Green rooms would be agricultural, so maybe nuance is very agricultural. I don't know. I don't know that I want to take the king. I don't know the reason for it. I think Flora very clever. Yeah, that was a bad pun. I didn't want to address it. That was in. No, that was in Found Floor Plans Conservatory. Um, like I guess archives. Which of these red rooms would fit with Ben the most? I don't know that any of them do. Anyway, I take the pawn. Because bishop is chapel gives money. Rook is the rook or pawn, honestly. Pawn helps me get the things I'm missing. Rook gives me conservatory more often early in a run. And I've decided to take the option from options. Which do I want today? That's a good question because I have reached rank 8. Um, oh, I take bishop today, and we see if entering the chapel for the first time after you become a bishop is a thing, or if it's the first time ever. We just immediately experiment because then we'll know. And I can't get any benefit from the knight or the rook today, and I'm never getting benefit from the queen because I'm never choosing it. The only way I would ever choose queen is if somehow I make it to rank 8 and I have 1,000 steps and no keys. I do have the upgrade disc. I do need to go back to the office. I think that's going to be the only place where I can use it. So I'm going through the chapel anyway. I might as well take pawn. You may give up this power by returning to this chamber on any future day and unlocking the pieces again. Oh. So it's not exactly permanent. Okay. Okay. I feel way better about that because it just tells me there. I wish it told me before, but if I find that I'm not getting rook often enough or I want to change to king for a specific reason, I can just do that. I'll just need to, find the office and her ladyship's chamber again. Oh, goodbye. Okay. I can't just move a piece back and forth. Okay. That made the decision feel so much more important. Yeah, I definitely wouldn't have stayed here as long if I knew that I could change it in the future. There's no reason to go through here. I'm just going to go back out. Does it show up here at all? Ambition of the pawn. When you reach rank 8 each day. So, probably need to get up to rank 8. The easiest way is just going to be poking into the wine cellar after the conference room. But I have to go through the chapel before that to get there. Unless I go back down the elevator, go back through everything and get to the foundation and come back up through that. I don't have the key card. I can't call the elevator from down there. Yeah, I have to go in. I have to go back in through the front door, which means I have to go through the chapel. So I'm gonna pay another one. That's fine. And I'm gonna go up here, promote to bishop, and back down and see what happens. None of these are clickable. I don't know that means anything. There's nothing else in there. I'm trying to remember if there's anything else out here that I need to worry about. I don't think so. I mean, there's the... I need to find the last microchip still. It's weird to me that I found one of them so fast and I've been struggling to find the last one. I have no idea, no possible idea where it could be at all. But, hey, that's this game, I guess. Alright, so... is there any reason to go back into anything else? I don't think so. Her ladyship's chamber. I need to go open the thing. I'm going to do that first. I need to do that now. We get to read a diary. We have so much to do still. We're locked out of new rooms, but we have so much extra to do. Hey, Apple. My phone really needs to stop dinging. Her ladyship's sleep diary. 11779. First entry in Lady Clara's diary. My dear diary. After countless sleepless nights and failed home remedies, my physician has urged me to document my sleeping routines in the various bedrooms of our estate. It is his hope that by tracking the caliber and length of my sleep in each room, together we may come to a deeper understanding of my condition and perhaps, with luck, find a more favorable environment in which I might finally find some amount of rest. My dear diary, to begin, I thought it best to start with my own room despite already knowing how unsuitable it has been for my sleep of late. Perhaps it is not all the old memories that linger here, as it is impossible not to think of home among so many mementos of my youth. Nonetheless, I find comfort in gazing at the stars before dozing off, and it pains me to consider that if this trial is successful, it may be one of the final occasions that I sleep here. My room, sleep duration 2.5 hours, quality peaceful despite brevity. Observable effects. I awoke the following morning with 10 fewer steps, but also observed an additional star in the sky. Hey, wait. Now that I own this estate, why am I still sleeping in a tent? Skip forward 3 days. Dearest Diary, last night I retired to the guest room as I have yet to gain the courage to ask anyone to surrender their room to me, even if for a night. This bedroom is a cozy space, normally reserved for guests staying the weekend. However, I found, despite having a choice between two beds, that neither proved to be very comfortable. I must speak with Herbert about this, as our guests deserve, at the very least, as much comfort in their stay as we have. Sleep duration 4 hours, quality very fragmented, observable effects nothing special. The next day. My dear diary, it was strange to sleep in the childhood room of my late husband. The room was just as I had imagined it from the stories he told me of growing up with an elder brother. Herbert informed me that the room has remained untouched, almost identical to when they both occupied it. To avoid any accidents, I slept in the bottom bunk, as climbing ladders is not as easy as it used to be. Despite my exhaustion, my thoughts of Simon kept me up through most of the night. Sleep duration twice the usual, quality 2 times as restless. The next morning, I went to the family tomb to visit his grave and was surprised to find a flower already laid. Two days later, I could not bring myself to ask Hartley directly if I could borrow his room for my sleep study. The mere thought of it was mortifying. Instead, I decided to roll the die, as he often puts it, and wait for his night off to sneak into his room to nap. The experience of sleeping in a servant's room was thrilling, but the fear of getting caught was overwhelming. Every little noise startled me, and I couldn't manage to sleep for more than a few moments, fearing Hartley would return at any time. Sleep duration perhaps 1 hour, quality terrible. Effects about half the steps the following day. I also discovered a stray die had found its way into my pocket, which was hardly shocking given Hartley's history. Of re-rolling rooms? The next day. My dear diary, I have to confess that I was initially hesitant to spend the night in the Baron's room. It's extravagantly showy, with every surface adorned with gold and every piece of furniture so large it seems almost comical. But as I lay down in the enormous bed, I was surprised to find that I felt entirely at ease. Even the absurdly oversized pillows were somehow comfortable, propping me up just right so that I didn't feel any strain on my neck or back. I slept more soundly than I have in weeks, and I woke up feeling genuinely rested for the first time in what feels like forever. Sleep duration 8 whole hours, quality the best in many months. I awoke feeling very refreshed with more energy and more steps than normal. 3 days later, as fate would have it, just as I had begun to make progress in my quest of slumber, a most joyous event has interrupted my progress. My beloved daughter has given birth to a son and has requested my presence in town to assist her during this exciting but demanding time. For now, I shall take my leave of the bedrooms of Mount Holly, but I am certain, dear diary, that one day I shall return. Lady Clara Epson, grandmother. Hmm. Why are there 4 doors on the side of that room? Why are there any doors on the side of that room? Why are there any doors on the side? On what? You slept in 5 dead end bedrooms. Oh, right, of course. Okay. There's no bedroom with 4 doors. There were blocks on 3 of the exits. Could be Chamber of Mirrors, but I doubt it. I doubt it's anything I have here, but I'm looking anyway. Hmm. The Mechanarium? No, I wonder. There's got to be another outer room or something, right? Something with 4 doors? Or or are these other entrance doors maybe? I don't know. I have no idea. Okay. Anna. so that was interesting. Not as much in there as I had hoped for, but if it gives us the option to sleep in a room, master bedroom gives us the most steps. Servants' quarters, half the steps, but we start with a die. I don't know what bunk room means. Maybe something about green rooms? I don't know. 10 fewer steps, but an additional star in the sky. Eh. Hmm. I don't know. There's nothing else in here. Okay, so I need to go through chapel. Very fragmented. Well, that was, I think, because she kept swapping between beds or something. Observable effects, nothing special. I don't know if this means anything. If I can choose to, I can't choose to sleep here. If I call it a day, I'm gonna start outside, or like at the front steps. Um, well, we can. The tomb doesn't reset. The tomb is the same every time. So I don't know if this book will be unlocked or if the key will end up down there again, and I'll need to find the tomb in order to unlock the book again. Have you tried ending the day in the bedroom since you got the house? I haven't. I can do that. Maybe we'll try doing that. But I don't think it's going to do anything for us. Where are we going? Into the den, into the passageway, through the chapel, up to the office, put in the card, the upgrade disc. While we're here, we bought the lockpick kit. Right. Never mind. Forget I asked. Where the hell am I going? Passageway, corridor, chapel. Lose a coin. Yep. Great hall, pop into the office. Uh, 1979. First entry was 1/17/79. My birthday was. Did I write that down? In the names section, wherever that is. Born in 79. It was 1. Like 125.79. 126.79. 12779. Um, I should have written down when they said my birthday was. Break time again. Why? It's only an hour since I took the last break. All right, I'll take a break. All right. I don't know. Let's do the card and then I'll take a break. Real quick. Upgrade disc. Oops. Back out. Go back. Go back. Exit. Insert disc. It's the parlor. Ooh. 3 gems, 2 wind-up keys, so I get 2 chances. No, thank you. Funeral parlor. Diamond prizes equal to red rooms in your house. If you open an empty box in funeral parlor, you'll lose 30 steps. I'm normally hitting the parlor early before I get any red rooms, and I normally don't have 3 red rooms in my house. I think an extra 1 gem is just worth it. And I've got 2 parlors. It turns into a red room. Yeah. So it counts. So it's always at least 1. But I want to pull parlor as like my first room or second room or something. I don't want it to be late game after I've opened a bunch of other rooms. All right. I'm taking a break. Everyone stick around. I'll be back in just a few. This is going to be a 3-minute break. Everyone stick around. I'll be back in a few minutes. And yeah, see you then. All right. I'm back. And I have a bowl of cashews now. Um, One thing is, Funeral Parlor gives you the number of gems when you open the box. So if you draft the room, then do the puzzle later, you can get like 10 gems. I didn't even think of that. That actually makes it pretty good. Because then I can solve the puzzle. I can know the solution to the puzzle. And then just say, okay, I I know what the answer is. It's the blue box or whatever. And then go do the rest. And when I run out of gems, I'm like, okay, now I can go back to the parlor and get 5 gems or whatever. Um, all right. I don't think there's anything else to do here unless we can figure out what number this safe. And I don't think we can. So I'm going to head up to the aquarium to hit rank 8 and change the pawn into bishop. And then as I'm coming back down, I'm going to pop into chapel, see if it gives me 30 coins. So yeah, library. I didn't get opening trunks. Yep. Yeah, I thought that It was very unlikely that I'd get any of them. I'm at 42 coins. 72, and then plus 10 from the. Hey, are we gonna make it to 110? We might make it to 110. I am so glad the chapel or the bishop works like that. That's so good. All right, let's head forward to here. Oh, so much money. Can I get a vacuum and just scoop all this up? Oh, and I'm gonna get little coin purse for a lot of these. There's 110. I guess if I did get a key card, I could keep expanding. I didn't even think of that. But every time we walk past the spiral staircase, I bang my head. Yeah. It is weird. I mean, it could just be nothing. It could just be it's an underground room, but also no, there are stones up top there. But I've seen stone walls move before, so maybe there's something that I doubt it. The wine cellar is so empty otherwise. It has 3 gems. It has the crest, which is a giant um like lore thing. And it's a dead end room. 3 gems is not nothing. That's as many as a parlor. We don't have any real reason to do anything else here, huh? I got 128. That's a new thing. Oh. Oh. Wow. Okay. Mm, uh, how do we feel about dying in 13 steps? We have to, right? We're gonna have the money. I don't. Dare mode sounds like it's just like hard mode. I don't know what that's gonna mean. It might be something else. I think we get the plushie and the coffers because we're gonna get 40 on a future run. We'll be back here and we're. It's very unlikely that we're gonna be able to buy this again sometime soon. So we do it now. And then we buy the cursed coffers because why not? And then next time we get the shrine, we bust it open and see what the curse does. And then we just die and game over and it wipes our save. Set your steps to 13. That'd be good. That'd be a good way of doing that. What's the benefit? Is there one? Is it just a curse? I got a 1 coin discount on the plushie. It only costs 109. Purchased, unlocked. It's gonna ruin your record book. I got 76 steps left. What else am I doing? I lit everything that was to be lit. I read the diary. Your highest purchase in the library records will be 109. It can never be higher than that. Didn't some of the things in the might as well unlock the doors in the Great Hall. Yeah, sure. Um, what's the expensive shop called? Not gallery. The showroom. Didn't some of the things in the showroom cost like 120? Something absurd. Alright, Pug. One of these 3 doors, it leads to a door that will be a dead end because it's on the wall of the storeroom. Pick a door. Door 3. I almost critically failed eating a cashew. More coins! And a lever. I'm gonna open this one. Damn. So my theory was false. The lever's not always in... It's in a corner. But it's not always in the left corner when you enter the room. Look, it's a boarded up wall. I like how it's a stone wall and then they put boards in front of that. As if I was gonna somehow open the stone wall. Nice. Alright. I've opened all the doors. Now what? Try sleeping in the bedroom, right? Somehow opening a stone wall, this is common. Yeah, I guess you're not wrong. Um... We go to the master bedroom and we try sleeping in it, right? That's the only thing left. I just want to make sure I'm not missing something that I said I would do. I read the diary, solved the chess puzzle, broke the wall. I'm gonna look at those letters again while I'm thinking. I think we just go anything in the underground station. Yeah. I don't know. Um, the boat's on the north side of the reservoir. There wasn't really anything to go back to there, right? It's not like they have dynamite there for me to pick up. I'm gonna need to figure out how to pick up the dynamite. No, wait. I don't even know what I need the dynamite for anymore. Because it's not to blow up the wall. The laser specifically says ignite fuses. What the hell's the dynamite for? What am I blowing up? I'm gonna walk into the chapel because I can. Suck it, chapel. Alright. Still haven't thought of what the birthday would be. Look, I thought I tried everything relevant. Um, I'm looking at the letter layout. I don't know what the hell. It might be like a cipher or something, but I doubt it. I don't know any words that start with C and end in X. So it might not be words, it might be parts of names or I don't know. Hey Nora, how are you? I think we go try to sleep in the master bedroom. Pausing the experiment doesn't do anything. Hey Nora, you caught me at the end, near the end of a now 6 hour stream, I guess. Have I really been streaming for 6 hours? That is so much larger than I was thinking it was going to be. I guess it makes sense. This room is all about things being large. We get the largest swim bird. All right, we try calling it a day. Tomorrow you will wake to find the rooms of the estate as well as your current inventory have been reset. It doesn't say that I'm calling that anything's happening in here. Presumably, calling it a day from the menu is a shortcut to walking outside to the tent, going to sleep, and then waking up again. Because the master bedroom might not be here tomorrow. But we'll see. Let's call it a day. 66 steps remaining. And now is when I remember the thing that I wanted to do. I don't think there was anything. Garden shopping center. I need 3 shops. Oh, aquarium, I guess. I love how I have 6 bedrooms and you're like, nope, you got 4 shops and 4 green rooms, garden shopping center. All right, that's the end of day 24 and the end of the stream. Thank you, everyone, for watching. I do appreciate it. If you somehow made it to the end of this nearly 6-hour VOD, thank you very much. I do appreciate it. Consider subscribing, liking the video, commenting, hitting the bell, etc., 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 all that random crap. Um, I definitely don't want to clear save. I don't know how to select Darebird mode if it's a new game plus thing. I'm just not going to worry about it. Thank you for watching. Coming up on stream tomorrow is Sunday with friends. We're probably playing Repo. I need to check the poll in my Discord, but it's probably going to be 3 of us playing Repo. That's going to be at 6 p.m., which is 22 hours from now. Then on Monday, I'll be continuing to build the Lego Lord of the Rings Rivendell set. I am partway through building the second section, which is the river and hill with gazebo on it. Very nice little area. On Wednesday, I'm going to be continuing my playthrough of Hollow Knight, which I have not played before last stream. I hadn't played, hadn't seen almost anything of. I saw, maybe 10 minutes of footage of it back when it first came out or something. So I'm excited to get back into that. It'll be my second stream of Hollow Knight. And then on Friday, I'm not sure what I'm playing. It's probably going to be Uncle Chop's Rocket Shop. That game was fun, and I need to work on figuring it out a little better. Thank you, everyone, for watching. I do appreciate it. I stream at least 4 days a week here on twitch.tv/FadeLoasis. I upload all my VODs to youtube.com/@FadeLoasis. And I post my going live notices and other things to my my Mastodon at kind.social/@FadeLoasis. There's a streaming calendar for my full, the entirety of what I know I'm going to stream. It's linked on all of those things. If you scroll down on Twitch, it's in my panels down there. It's in the description of this YouTube video. It's in my pinned post on Mastodon. If you have any suggestions for things you want to see, let me know on any of those platforms. And otherwise, I will see everyone later. Have a good one.